Hello and welcome to LAWhammer. Now, hopefully, and I'm saying this with a certain amount of trepidation, hopefully you can all hear me clearly. Last week, my mic just wasn't miking. It was, I don't know, Andying like an idiot and was sitting there talking through a fug of Ulgu rather than actually working correctly. So if somebody out there who's watching live could say, I can hear you, Andy, and everything's great, that would be lovely. And we don't normally do this, but we have done a lot of messing around with the sound this week. So I'm hoping all is good.
Yes. Everybody's very happy with the
no
sound.
lag.
Woohoo! Okay, that being the
That's
case,
why I'm doing that.
I'm going to just...
much better.
Sorry.
Good. Oh,
Ed is so attractive. I don't know why.
cheers, everyone. It's nice for you to be able to hear my dulcet tones once more.
Here's hoping we don't run into any Skaven, otherwise you'll be going to be regretting it.
No, the sound has a nice cut-off and everything.
Not for us, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It's for everyone out there. They get to be saved from my screeches. I'm sure there'll be no Skaven. You're not about to be going
The
underground.
tinnitus from meeting Thankfall that first time.
One of the joys of getting old is I have permanent tinnitus. Old. My ears aren't working, which is good, which is one of the reasons why I'm probably so loud. So, it's not true. I've been loud since I was 20. 16.
Since you were 3.
Since I was born. I blame my father. I had to outshout him, and my dad was a very shouty person sometimes.
You could blame the coast.
Yeah.
You had to shout over the waves.
Yeah, that too. Lighthouses. Foghorns. Foghorns. So this is obviously all on topic. Let's dive into everything that we should be doing today. We are, you may note, on a slightly different background because we are into a completely different phase of the enemy within. We have slipped free from the purple hand being the dominant force to potentially something else. Goodness knows what. I can in no way tell you what that might be. It definitely isn't emblazoned in the center of your screen right now. So, that being done, we are ready to get started. So, there's a couple of things we need to cover first. Number one, our art competition. We have been deliberating and we'll be putting a post up about that this week. So, expect it in the next few days. We'll be popping that up onto the LAWhammer blog. So, that will be popping up when we all write our little bits for it. So, expect that very soon.
Where can they find that blog, Andy?
That's over on Patreon underneath LAWhammer, I believe. Sure. So search LAWhammer and Patreon and you'll find us. Gosh, that was a good one.
I'm sure some kind soul in the chat will pop a link in there.
If someone did that in the chat, it'd be amazing. I'll pop a link for those of you who are watching on YouTube later down inside the video description because there's always a link to it down inside the video description. Next up, I have been told that there are some PCs who are gagging for XP. We had an entire discussion about it. Them claiming they should get some, me going, nah, never! And them going, no, receipts! I have receipts! So
It's a good thing we record everything.
So it's fair. And the episode that they're getting XP for is the episode where they went through the horrors of Brass Keep. And eventually at the top of it, ended the storm of magic that eventually led to the great battle on the outside as the various forces that gathered around Brass Keep then swept in and attempted to take control of the place or drive other people out. So that being the case, XP time! How well did we do? We actually did pretty damn well. I am, however, going to conflate a whole bunch of events here because we pretty much ended the first part of the Horned Rat book, as in the resolution of Brass Keep. And our overall, how well did we do was pretty well, actually. The big battle could have gone very badly. It was up in the air where that one was going to go. This place could have been, as in Brass Keep, swarming with Skaven by the end of this, or completely
thinking about another character.
yeah, quite completely taken over by, for example, the Red Crown. The Red Crown could have just taken it all, but through a mixture of extraordinary strategy, luck, goodwill, whatever you wish to call it, the Ostlanders didn't lose a single individual, nor did the Midlanders. The Grudgebringers, who took the brunt of the core combat, equally came out the other side very happy, at least in terms of victory. Not so happy in terms of their overall casualties, because there was an awful lot of them. So I'm going to add that on too, so that we can have ourselves an overall how well did we do. And an overall how well we did for all of that is 221 XP.
Oh, you are.
Oh, you take me to a 5. It does come around eventually.
I'm on a 7.
So, the gagging for XP PCs have now been satiated. And you are not allowed to change your initiative values because they're fixed. Because that's the next thing you might know. You might note, and that is that we have a slightly different order. Gerhardt is now at the bottom of the pew when it comes to who has the the XP initiative lineup.
Well, we're all tied. It's just we're on a tiebreaker of agility. Score.
So the highest in agility is good old Yumi. And over on the lowest side in the agility is poor old Gerhardt. And
People were calling me Dr. Slow in chat.
calling Dr. Slow, Dr. Slow, Dr. Slow.
Fair.
Speed up now. Speed up now. Okay,
Fine.
that amuses me immensely. So yes, Dr. Slow is now at the far end of the chart. No changes on the top end, although it's quite likely if Birdie takes any more enhancements to her combat initiative, one of her talents, she will slip ahead of Alaminawife. Even though Alaminawife will have a higher initiative, her actual, let's say her combat initiative will be higher for Birdie, meaning that Birdie could end up moving right to the end of the table soon. Which,
No, I need another 79 XP.
ooh.
I've got 651 sitting, so I'll maybe just put it all into initiative.
I thought you took your,
I haven't taken it.
are you going to take your
I'm
attractive
going to
trait?
take it right now.
There we go. So you're about to have not 600,
150.
150. Gosh, it gets expensive. She's going up to attractive 5?
Correct.
Gosh.
She's very pretty.
She's settling into that.
600 XP then for that.
Pardon?
No,
No, it'll be
it's
400.
500.
500, pardon.
So
Yeah, 500.
it's number
Yeah,
of
yeah.
patterns.
Yeah, totally. That's
Can't do maths.
that's a fair chunk of XP. Just gone like that. So
You're so pretty though.
so pretty. What a pretty elf. Yeah. On that, let's now move on to our normal little chat about what we're going to be doing on Inside the Rookery this Saturday. And it's going to be a super fun one I'm looking forward to. So if you don't normally watch us, this is a week to turn in Saturday at 7 p.m, as will be explained by the ever lovely Mr. Leask.
Yeah, totally prepared. I wasn't lost in trying to spend XP there at all. So tomorrow our topic is The Gamers Are Revolting. This was inspired by a conversation over on Blue Sky with Adrian Tchaikovsky, who obviously is a friend of the show, been on quite a few times. And he was just lamenting the fact that in most fantasy RPGs particularly, but also a lot of fantasy stories, there is a sort of social status quo where there may be plots about who the rightful heir is for a kingdom, but it's never about how monarchy is problematic and maybe the peasants should actually uprise and change. And eventually people did begin to find some examples of games that did explore that, but it was a really interesting topic. So we thought we would talk about that. We would talk about like social change and revolution and upheaval in RPGs and in gaming more generally. And why is it so many of them are socially conservative?
And
Yeah.
we're not talking about revolution for any reason at all.
Yeah,
other
there is
than
definitely no real world events in any way colouring our thinking
None
in
at all.
relation to this.
that. Zero.
Just coincidence.
Yes, and for those of you watching live, you'll notice that when we went over to the other camera, there's lag. We know. We edit that out when we do the YouTube version, but we don't know why it's happening yet. We have tried so many things to stop it. Hasn't worked yet. So we will eventually sort that out for you live folks, but for everyone else, just ignore what I just said. Doesn't matter at all. So that's Inside the Rookery this Saturday at 7 p.m. UK over on the Inside the Rookery. I think is Rookery Publications, the Twitch channel? Or is it Inside the Rookery? It's one of those. We're on-
Rookery Publications, Rookery P.
It's a Rookery Publications YouTube channel, so you can definitely see it over there. Also next week, I'm going to be doing a masterclass on one of my biggest NPC cheats. And it's going to be loosely about how you can do reactive NPCs and reactive plots for your NPCs and how they work to ensure that you as a GM don't need to do quite so much work. Now, the masterclasses are for our patrons over Inside the Rookery, but if you want to know one of my big GMing hints, and by the way, this is a huge cheat, and I do love it. That will be next Tuesday at 7 p.m. UK time over on the Inside the Rookery patron side. So if you want to know more about that, I will certainly be posting about it over in our Discord very soon. Right, have I done all my, Chat. No, go buy Dark Deeds.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now I'm done. I feel like I am suitably about to spill my juice, ready to go.
Amazing.
Okay, so before we start, there's a couple of things worth saying. At the end of the last episode, as I noted right at the beginning of this one, we had sound issues on my mic. And I do mean some pretty big sound issues. So we had a bit of a chin wag about how to resolve that. The second part of our last episode hasn't gone online yet. So if you're watching just now live, you haven't seen the fallout of everything that occurred after our mini game where we went cavern questing around. Don't worry, because everything that occurred in that episode, we're going to be editing heavily anyway, because we're attempting to figure out how to get a good episode out of what remains there from my burbly, drain-sounding voice. There is also something that we said that we would do at the end of the last episode, and that was give everybody a couple of side episodes for those who had got themselves some new magical items to explain it. None of that's deeply important to what we're about to do. There is some interesting factoids that came up from that, but they're going to come up in this episode. So do not worry if you're watching live, you're going to miss anything. You won't. If you're watching this later, though, you already know this stuff because you've already watched those funky little side streams, what we've done. We've not recorded them all at this end yet. We've still got one to go. Yeah, but we do know what happens in it. So, with that all said, I think we're good, ready to go. Everybody out there is hopefully ready to listen, and we're ready to roleplay where we were at the end of the last episode. Now, if you missed the last episode, I'll give an incredibly brief summary. There was a giant war. The Jaegers were badly hurt. The Jaegers decided that perhaps it would be better to change their name to the
Stormjägers.
The Stormjägers rather than Young Freud's Jaegers, largely because of political sensitivities and also cool. Because cool.
Yeah.
Shared responsibility.
Leopold received a vision regarding Lucas being trapped deep in the undercaverns beneath their feet, some distance away. And being the heroes they are, they decided that they would attempt to pursue it, not just because it is indeed Lucas, but because apparently, according to the vision, he also had the Skaven Helm, which if you followed our previous episodes, you already know how he got hold of that in one of the most craziest, bullshittiest, winds of stormy magicness, weirdiness thing that you ever saw. And they're hiking it over to Brass Keep again to move down into all the undercaverns that lay beneath it. And as they arrive there, they encounter one of the characters from our minigame last time, who had been making his way over to Brass Keep, a certain vampire. A professor, indeed. Julius. Von Karstein. Professor Vampire. You know, as you do.
Doesn't taste that bad.
Someone we haven't seen for quite a few episodes. And with that all nicely in place, is there anything else that I missed that anyone thinks should be brought up?
Short party, short-term ambition.
You don't want to change
it
those.
from Find Dagmar to Find Lucas.
Didn't find Lucas.
Yeah.
Also, we were supposed to tell you stuff we want to take with us.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Let's resolve that now. At the end of the last episode, I said that if anyone wanted to pick up any resources from the Grudgebringers, they were in a position where they could get it. And they made a nice wee list. So let's go through that list now so that we can clarify whether they got them or not. And I do believe that there is a nice wee list.
There's a master list.
The master list.
Which I did write, and then I forgot to take a picture of the final master list, so it's half the master list
And I have the
Sage's
other half.
bits.
Okay.
So, top of the list,
Double list?
flashbangs. Now, this could be a variation upon the idea of a flashbang.
Now, is this an Alemenaway flashbang?
No.
Or is this a Yume
This is a
flashbang?
Yume
They're two very
flashbang.
different things.
So, which we have discussed, and when she's using
Brass hole flashback.
and during-
5 though.
So this is either a bang or a flash.
Mhm.
We figured that we can get it from the engineers who look after the steam tank, because theoretically they'll have good black powder knowledge and all that kind of
Okay,
thing.
so we're going to drop this down to a simple charm test from one of you, and it's going to be limited by your... No, I'm not going to limit it, because none of the information is particularly sensitive or difficult to push by. So one person can do it. Who's going to do it?
They're
Given the
pretty
advantage for
elves.
being a noble.
I'll do it.
Would they be into nobles?
Nobles often requisition stuff from other people. That brings advantages in some quarters. As you come up to yourselves as to
What about
what do you
attractive
think.
nobles?
Well, attractive nobles
Yeah.
often go down as
Attractive
well.
nobles.
Birdie could do it.
No, Birdie's not allowed to speak. Geralt says.
It's really limiting my role playing. I'm going to become a mime.
So who's going to do it?
It
Now
should
his choices.
it should
Will they
be
be prejudiced against elves? Will
Leopold.
they be prejudiced against nobles?
Leopold, because he's the most charming and he's a holy man. Who can say no to a blind holy man?
Sure.
Our game system.
Blind holy man! It is time. So,
Flashbangs for the poor.
Just a bang.
arms!
Bang, please.
Indeed. The difficulty for this is 0. So even a single success will do, coming from the father.
7.
Nice.
That means that you can gain yourself 7 flashbangs.
Nice.
Yeah, to you, mate, who when using them will be called Boomay.
Who, mate?
They will need to be.
Another alias.
They don't have a self-igniting process. You're gonna have to find a way to ignite them.
Throw them through.
How many
the
matches have you got?
I've got stuff for that as well. Don't
How
worry
many
about
matches have you got?
it. 6 matches now.
You had 7.
Yeah, no, I've used them since.
Well,
Next up, bandages for me.
Bandages, not a
Top
problem.
up,
Resupply,
lovely stuff.
yeah.
Resupply of those. Other field wound-based journals. I figured there were the surgeons.
That was an
might have-
interesting way of phrasing it. So you're basically looking for reading material.
Sure.
Is
Just
that-
stuff that the surgeons would have that potentially might.
That
help
will
things.
cost. You
Yeah.
won't be getting that,
Okay.
and it will only cost 10 gold crowns.
I've
Right.
got a massive bag of gold.
Have you? Would you?
Would you like to spend some of your gold?
pounds on some
We'll see
books?
what else might cost money because I really
Yeah.
need a crossbow pistol.
Okay,
I
fine.
mean,
Really?
Oh yeah.
I feel like we could requisition
Engineering
that if we've got-
wielding goggles.
Engineering wielding goggles. So
If they
goggles.
exist.
So do they exist? The answer is absolutely. But there's only, that's going to be again, who is going to approach? Engineer, father's already there. This is going to be a second charm test for this one, but this one is going to be difficulty, I'm sorry to say, 6.
Just bear with me 2 seconds.
I'm happy to
I'm
bear
just
all the
spending
time.
my XP
There's a bear with him.
on charm.
Well, while you're doing that, let's
he's,
pop over here.
and can I ask something else? Because
No.
he doesn't have the list. But while he's at the engineers, can he get some small steel tubes?
Small steel tubes, less likely, but definitely possible. Let's go for the difficulty.
Another 7.
Oh, wow,
Nice.
sweet. Then I will drop 1 pair of goggles in.
Excellent.
Okay, clearly the father requires them. You can spin some story about
Well, to
needing...
cover my poor
Yeah, to cover your poor
ravaged eyes.
ravaged eyes.
No, they're for
the
Elric.
the
I thought it
sympathy
was-
vote
No, yeah.
clearly
Steam
I'm
works.
not gonna keep
Love it. Next.
They're for Elric, so he can deal with looking at Birdie occasionally.
Steel tubes?
Steel tubes, do that.
Difficulty 4.
Come on.
6 successes.
Okay, you get 1 steel tube.
Nice.
The next 2 are, while we're here, I would like a bath and a field wash of all my clothes.
Okay, bath is, if you're going for freezing water, fine. It can be heated up, though, by a certain bright wizard, if you wish to do so.
Wicked.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
Channeling in.
You meant Sienna, right?
Pardon, I don't think she's going to be doing that.
Gerhardt in a bath shoots
Where's my
over
dice?
our vision.
I don't have your dice at this end.
I think I just have them.
Oh, they're here.
Yeah.
I
have a box of
magnet.
dice.
Lodestone, tougher.
Lodestone.
That's tougher. That's going to be difficulty. I'm going to need a haggle test from someone. On this one, it's going to be difficulty 5.
Haggle.
I can have a go. I've got haggle. And my
Could-
fellowship's high.
Can I
Not haggle,
evaluate just beforehand?
Evaluate's only going to tell you how much it's worth. It's not. Evaluate's not the most useful
If
skill
we,
here.
if we buy it and
It's-
you're like, that's not worth it.
Yeah,
we're
totally.
doing it.
Yeah, fine.
I'll have a pot. Well, are we chill? Do we have advantage?
I'll let that go. Advantage setting.
8 successes.
8 successes. Sweet. Then yes, it can be purchased, and it's going to cost you 10 silver shillings.
Right.
That's not bad for a
So yeah, it's not too
Someone
bad.
pay for that, please.
We changed the name so,
So-
that we don't.
How much
We have a
gold do I
potential
have?
10 gold. We have a
you've
definite
got,
10 shilling.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Next up, compass.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, that, the
Okay,
6 compass is not a problem. They've got several compi.
Compi?
Nothing like a compi to keep you going. Oh, dear.
Three.
Oh.
Glow in the dark chalk or
It's
just
just
chalk?
the-
Chalk, yes.
What's going on with dark shop?
I don't know. I'm sure I had it.
Oh, man.
As a kid, I had glow in the dark chalk. I don't know, maybe.
As a kid, you lived in the 20th century.
Yeah, I know.
Just a
that.
quick call out to Joseph Truss, if I'm spelling your name correctly. Thank you very much for the subscription. Deeply appreciate it.
Bag of sand,
Sand easy.
That turned out very
Yeah.
well
Yeah.
last time.
bag of flour.
Harder, that'll cost, but not much. But given they'll have it, that'll require 2 successes on a charm test from someone. The father's clearly wandering around doing all the resources.
Yep, nature treasure.
Okay, sweet. Okay, so you can purchase it. They won't just give it over.
How much?
Because it's useful for their baggage train.
I mean, they'll need less food now that they've
5
lost
silver.
a good few people.
5 silver.
That's part of negotiation
Horse!
tactics.
I mean, true. But horse!
5 shillings a day.
Next.
Okay, perfect. Big ball of string.
Big ball of string. Easy,
Question mark
doesn't need to be
for
paid
the-
for. That'll be part of the requisition
That's
order
for
that'll
another
come
thing.
from the
That's for another
commander.
Ropes.
Is that for Alex to play with?
Ropes.
Ropes.
Well, I
Pardon?
was thinking,
Ropes.
Yeah, ropes. Yeah, no problem.
shall we also on my list? There's rope ladders. You know, like the ones that already
Yeah,
have
sure.
like.
Rope ladders are heavy. And they are really quite bulky as well. Rope ladders
Much easier to climb.
Yeah, but big.
Not
so
the rope is probably our best bet.
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
Okay.
as a
That's
compromise.
fine.
And we can knock that ourselves, save money.
Bag of feathers.
Not work.
a bag of feathers is
I could not
quite unlikely given what you offer.
That-
Well,
Is it
I'm
a kilogram
thinking.
of feathers or a kilogram of steel?
Do they
I'm
chickens
thinking.
for food?
Yeah, they would chickens, turkeys, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like 'em.
So I'm going to randomize this. Okay.
Only if
If
you
I
do it
roll-
yourself.
If I roll 9 or 10, we'll get enough for a bag of feathers. If I'm close to it, I rolled a 1. There's no bags of feathers.
What?
Okay,
I'm sorry to say.
I was looking at tunnel warfare and I should do some research. Feathers and charcoal, apparently very useful.
You're gonna need
So
like
the
a-
second charcoal.
Charcoal easy.
No. Stop. Apparently very useful. How?
Look, I'll show you the article later.
Flashbacks to you last time.
Bottles of the largest animal in camp's piss.
Scent masking.
Okay, so the largest animal in camp are horses.
Yep. So many
and
bottles
Father,
of horse-
charm the
No,
horses, please.
no, we want a prey animal.
A what animal?
We don't want.
A
We,
hungry animal.
not a predator animal. We don't want a prey animal.
Okay,
That's not going
a
to scare
predator.
anyone.
Yeah,
There's
what have we got?
dogs
Dogs.
Dogs will do.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
want dogs.
The biggest, stinkiest dog, please.
Okay, but
and double buff. Thank you very much as well for the subscription. You rock. 2 months. Thank you.
Leopold, go get dog piss.
I mean, does this require charming the animal handler or the animal itself?
Oh, I'm animal animal
It's
handling.
the animal handler.
If the animal handler, then that will be me.
Animal care.
No, you've got animal affinity.
I've got
Like animal
69
affinity.
of my charm animals.
Nice.
I don't want to know.
One thing I've been forgetting, assuming these are Doughty Imperial folks, I get +1 on my
Sweet.
tests.
So yeah,
Cool.
you're doing well.
One
You
success.
get yourself an extra flashbang.
Yay! 8 flashbacks.
Is that enough to get an extra steel tube?
I will. Yes, because I was dividing it. So yes, nice.
And 1 success on the piss test, unfortunately.
Can I
As a
also?
bottle of piss.
Can I also
One
ask
piss.
for? Can I also ask if anyone has a small kosh?
There's not so much a bottle.
I've got
Small
a
what?
kosh.
Small kosh.
I've got a kosh.
Mini bellows.
Small kosh, fine. Mini bellows, no.
Oh.
Mirror.
Yeah,
Your mouth.
Mini bellows,
Your
Mini
mouth.
bellows, no.
Black cat fur.
Pardon?
Black cat fur. Any
Black cat
cats in
fur.
the camp?
That's unlikely. I'm going to randomize it. They do have some cats in their camps, and no black ones. So sadly,
And
no.
You can have some of my hair. I mean, randomly.
And a mirror, a small mirror.
I've got
That's
some.
more.
I've got those.
We've got
Okay,
pretty
great,
good-
thanks.
Small mirror,
Yeah.
gold coin.
What else? is
Here
on
you
the
go.
list?
We're over to Sage's list, which is probably more useful. Walking stick / polearm. You go on. You carry on with that one.
Yes. I was thinking some things that are not super like wood walking stick, cheap pole arm, sort of like throw at trap kind of weapons would be good.
So sticks, yes.
Yes.
They have sticks.
Sticks.
You might want to call them quarter staffs, or because she's very short, half staffs.
But he does have
but,
a spear
yes.
for poking at stuff
Yeah, it
on
was
the
bad
butt
joke.
end.
Very bad.
I think we're probably 8.
Yeah, maybe. It's like, oh, which way do we go?
I was thinking also it would be handy if we had like ready-made harnesses instead of us having to like tie ropes all the time.
Okay, so some form of harness could easily be fashioned by the camp. It's going to require a charm test to see if they do it within the time, because they've got various leather workers. It's going to need at least 3 successes.
6.
That will
7.
do. So 7 successes, I'll give you 2 harney, because apparently plurals are all with an I at the end today. 2 harneys, 2 harnesses.
And also if they have like other climbing gear, like pitons.
Pitons, yes, they do.
Okay.
Because they were afraid on the way up into the middle mountains that they were going to get caught in a variety of places. and they have pretty much everything they need. They'd also been hauling the cannon up some rather steep inclines. So yeah, ropes and pitons and various other things they do have.
I'd like some really nice wine.
No. But you can buy some.
Yeah, I want to buy some.
Then yes, you can buy one.
What
Given
does
where we are.
Lucas like?
Spicy reds.
Where we are, you'll be looking at around about 10
like
silver
spicy
per bottle.
I'll buy
So-
3 bottles.
Yeah,
please.
that's fine.
How much is that? 30 silver. So that's a gold and 10.
Just drop it in a couple of gold. You
Gold
got
and
so
a
much.
Weird root.
Oh, yeah.
Weird Root is definitely in the camp.
Have we not still got some left from our bumper family
Well, I
pack
was
that we've been
thinking-
carrying around?
I was thinking we should divide.
Probably not, given that you consume it most days.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
And I think we should have more than one person with first aid things so that.
I mean,
It's not
we-
quite
it's
first
not
aid.
aid.
Weird
I know, but
Root,
like,
Weird Root most certainly is in the camp.
Yeah, you're right.
Again, who's going to do the charm test and attempt to find it?
Well, again, it's for my pain, for my poor old
That
eyes.
does get over their immediate concern that a priest
Yeah.
might be doing it. Okay, I'll make it difficulty 2.
Shall I assist you?
6 successes.
Oh, no,
Nice.
Nathan.
Very nice.
got this
I will
taste.
give you this many, effectively 8 doses. 8 complete doses.
8 drugs.
8 of your
Drugs.
finest
Yeah,
drugs.
somebody else is noting these down, right?
yes, I'm
Sage
writing
is
this.
on it.
We had backpacks and bedrolls from before, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but
Except
can we get a
Elric.
tent or 2?
Tent or 2.
I kind of assumed we had.
Tents are pretty big bar stewards.
Plus, we're going to be underground, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking more like tarp or like
Yeah,
because if
that-
it's going
yeah,
to be
A nice,
wet.
a tarp might be good if you're going through a wet area of caverns or some equivalent.
I've got my adventure.
And I still got my
Sounds good.
caltrops
Adventure
from our
kit.
last
Got your car-
dungeon dives.
Okay, tarp is 3 encumbrance for those of you who are wanting to carry that back. Oh, not light.
Mm.
Pickaxe.
Pickaxe easy, yes.
Nice.
And that'll
Crossbow
just come for
pistol.
free. Crossbow pistol,
Are
that's
we
a far
moving
tougher
in
one.
down there?
Yeah.
A far tougher one. Well, you
Yeah.
don't know how long you're going to be down there for.
So how
Food.
That's
Yes, that's on
needing
the list as well.
4 successes on our charm test, and if the priest is looking for it, away you go. He is
Can I
apparently
assist him?
on a roll. No, you cannot.
9 successes.
Sweet. You are on Sigma rank
If
5.
Very charming man.
If I
really are.
pay, if I pay, could I get like a better one?
And no, because they don't have them available. That'll cost you 3 gold because, you know, there is no one else selling them, so they can charge whatever they want. And then you said, yeah, there's the money, and they were like, oh, wow.
Just like fling money at them.
But you've
Like,
not bought any ammo, so maybe.
Well, I presume it'll
Yeah,
come
you
with
that's
some.
where they get only 20 shots.
It's a subscription
Yeah.
model.
Yeah.
That's good.
Also,
If you
obviously,
throw another gold in, they'll give you another 20.
Yeah.
stuff like
4 shots.
think you've just been
lanterns,
fleeced.
torches.
Lanterns, yes. Torches, yes. The lanterns are relatively sizable. They're Davrich lamps. That means that they will hold off against any wind that you might have down there. They're equivalent of like a storm lantern.
Okay.
Which is quite handy. Also, because they're a Davrich lamp, if you move into gas, it will not explode it because it automatically shuts off the hoses.
High
My staff is just
alcohol
little bit.
content booze. And
That is very possible, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to cost, though,
Like,
That's gonna
like
cost-
for wound.
a gold crown.
fire.
Half a,
Molotov.
no, 10 silver shillings per bottle.
Okay.
But you probably
We'll
need
take
one for
3.
everything you need. But yeah,
2
not a problem.
bottles.
Is that how much that would be?
Yep.
Yeah, 2 then. That's easy.
Okay,
Write it
good.
down.
I mean,
Are you writing
thinking
everything down?
of the gases and stuff,
Sage,
I don't
Sage.
suppose they're likely to have like a canary in a cage, no?
They do not have a handy canary in a cage. They
They're
had no
not
plans of
miners.
going underground.
Fair. Well, check.
Yeah, but
I love the fact that these guys, had they had plans of going underground, they would have had canaries.
They
in cages
100%
because they're
would
that
have.
kind of people.
yeah,
I love
absolutely.
You got the high
Yes,
alcohol
I
content
did.
booze.
Has Elric been able to convince Sienna to stock up his reagents?
Oh, see.
How persuasive has he been?
He's
Yeah.
not been in a good state.
Unleash that Grunfeld charm. Come on.
Because he asked the general.
Yeah, so I think that's quite likely. Let's just drop it down to because she needs her own stuff too. So we're just
Yeah.
going to drop it down to a charm test. Let's see how well regarded you are by her. Not for you.
Yeah, you're on your own this
And
time.
it is with advantage, so you do get the plus 20.
5 successes?
Then sweet, done. She will provide you with basically 2 sets of ingredients per spell,
Do you still have your dragon tooth that you took? Like, did it
unless
disappear?
it's a stupid ingredient like a dragon tooth.
When did he take the
when we were
Yes, yes, yes.
On the way to
Can
the
we
Yeah.
get some spare
just
sets
that.
of clothes? A couple
Stuff
for Lucas and
disappeared.
Sigfeder,
Yeah.
clean and warm.
Yeah, that'll cost you another. That won't be very much. There's going to be basically spare uniform.
And at the same time, can
Won't
I
cost you
get
anything,
some
given the
nicer
requisition.
clothes for me?
That's really tough. You're really tall.
There might be some tall men here.
Yeah.
Tall human men.
Yeah, no, these are mostly
Human.
Middle Empire.
Rock the capris.
Okay.
Go
Tiny
speak
little
to the
twitchy
elf.
people.
And see
Yeah,
if-
I mean, and you're so thin. I mean, it'd be
Okay,
like
it's
putting
just to
bags on.
replace my LAWhammer clothes that I'm currently wearing. Just wait till you see her.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
good.
what did you say?
Loophole
Gold?
has his spare set of normal clothes, so you
Great.
can always borrow
And
them.
so
for
Everybody
Lucas
has worn
and
at some
Sigfrider,
different
how
point.
much?
Pardon?
For Lucas and Sigfrider, how much?
Oh, that's not going to be much. It's going to be like 10 shillings. And no,
Birdie
in
has
fact, no, that'll be
plenty.
part of your requisition. I won't cost anything. Sorry.
Yeah, Birdie has plenty because she keeps ruining them, so she bought loads of
Nice.
extras.
Poor girl. That's
Anything
kind
else,
of-
or can we get
Oh,
going?
I also did some research. Knee pads and like
Knee pads!
knee pads and
Yeah.
gloves and like
Yeah,
stuff.
part of the standard operational uniform for the grudge bringers. They have leather pads and similar. You'll be able to get that without even doing a test. That'd be something that
Nice.
Have we still got, like, on my character sheet, I've still got the rope from when we went under Midnight?
Yeah,
Still
yeah.
got
Question for Birdie specifically. Birdie, could you, you know what you used to do in terms of catching?
Yes.
Yes, could you do that for a live rat?
No, yes, I would imagine so.
Okay.
Even more so if we managed to get meat pie.
If we could get a couple of them, that would probably be quite useful, and we can.
I still got the dead ones.
No, I don't need the dead ones. If we can rile them
we
up
don't have
as
dead
well.
rats with you anymore. You've got Squire. Such things will
He
be
has
cleaned out.
already.
I did have some dead rats. Where are they?
Where are my dead rats?
Are you opening up your armor?
Not quite how it works. So she goes, I've still got. Oh no, I'm wearing armor. Damn it.
Yes.
Have you managed to keep your like old mangly rat arm that you stole from the Wiking side?
No, I binned that.
Yeah, God.
And also
Yeah.
obviously like
Good.
provisions, water, that kind of thing.
Yes, so provisions. We're going to lay this down as what you can requisition and how much they can pull together. It's got a base value of...
Achoo.
click, click, click. It's got a base value of 5 days each plus a D10. And that's how many you've got. For each two days of provisions, though, it will take an encumbrance. It's going to add up fast because you can't carry that much. You're going to have backpacks, going to be heavy. You're going to be moving more slowly if you pass your encumbrance.
Small horse.
Not for going underground, no.
Fuck.
They won't give it to you because you're going to be climbing straight up and down.
Bird.
Big bird, no.
Birdie!
Other than your own big bird, yeah, no.
Yeah. I did up my
Well,
encumbrance.
how big is the basilisk these days? Can it carry?
Oh,
Not
yeah.
big enough to carry.
Nowhere near.
A
Pretty much
dog.
the same size it was before, almost. Oh no, it swelled a little bit in the winds of magic.
A dog that sadly lost its owner in the previous battle and needs to be adopted by us.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Let's
Wait,
try.
so how
A
much-
dog we can just safely kidnap without anybody noticing. No.
Wow. Wow.
Not kidnap.
The grudge bringers will be
dog
so
nap.
named for a reason. You never mess with someone's dog.
That's fair.
Yeah, have you seen John
I would
Wick?
never
What is
agree.
wrong with
I
you?
would never.
Johann Vick starts pursuing the party.
Well, now you said that has to happen.
Definitely got to be a bounty hunter.
Well, that's my
Johann
next
Vick.
character.
Bam, bam, bam. Good times. Right, anything else?
So how much food and water are we buying?
Getting. You're not able
Sorry,
to buy
getting,
this,
yeah.
yeah.
Enough.
Well, Andy was going to roll, wasn't he? For
No, you can all roll each. So it's
Oh.
1d10 plus 5. 4. 5. 4. 5 to 4.
8. And then it's
10.
encumbrance per 2, so
Yeah.
4 encumbrance for 8. So you've got 7.
7.
It's 4 days worth of food, isn't it? No. 8 days worth of food.
Yeah, that's 8 days worth of food, but it can be spread
can
out
be, yeah,
to
you
almost
can-
double that length of time if you're dropping
I
down
can't
the amount you
remember
eat.
how much like we can carry. How do we work that out again?
Strength.
It's on your card sheet automatically.
Oh.
So,
Including talents?
Was, sorry, 1 encumbrance for every
Should
2
do.
days food. Is that right?
yes.
I don't think mine has my talent
I
in it.
just hit my encumbrance limit.
Is it strength 2 plus toughness?
I can't remember. That's why I leave it in the card sheet.
How much did you say?
Pardon? About what?
Where is
About the food.
D10
Down
plus
at the
4,
bottom.
I think.
Yeah, but then-
5.
So if
D10
I
plus
have
5?
Days worth.
11, then how heavy is that?
That would be 5.
5.
It rounded.
Oh, I can
Which I
carry
think-
that.
5.5.
How?
Well,
Remember, our
Do
weapons
you all have
one
your weapons and
and-
stuff as well?
Well, I
'Cause
just deleted some that were pretty
But
high.
if you've got a backpack,
Yeah, I do have a
can
backpack.
hold 4.
I think it's 4.
So I think
but
I'm
it'll
fine.
only counts as 2
Yeah.
on you.
I think I'm fine with my backpack and everything. Crossbow pistol is presumably like 1. Yeah.
What about
Yes.
happy guy pistol?
What is the encumbrance of Winter's Bite?
That's 1.
Thank you.
What about
And-
the new fan?
1.
And presumably.
Oh yeah, he could carry us.
And what about this
Ah.
bag?
Can you carry the
That takes the weight right down.
Yeah.
That can carry, and it's in total sort of like basically all your food and it'll cost.
And my gold.
and
'cause
encumbrance.
My
And encumbrance, 0.
50. Right. See that book that you want to buy? Is it actually going to be useful? Go
Is
on.
there a way I could check it?
What is this book?
I mean, yeah, it's fascinating.
It's actually needed. It's going to save
Wait.
lives.
What is it about?
Medical emergencies.
All right. Here, have. How many gold did you say?
How much was it?
Okay.
11 gold.
I mean, technically, this is gold for everyone, but as I got it,
He owes me 12 gold.
11 gold.
this is my gold.
Thank you.
Just drop it down. Excellent. Are we all good? Because I'd like to get started.
Yes.
Alrighty.
How much encumbrance is the tarp?
It's 3. Is Sakansky coming with us?
Sakiski's definitely coming with you. Absolutely.
No, he can. Yeah,
Can
carry
he
stuff.
carry the tarp?
Yeah, he'll be carrying a bunch of stuff himself. Yeah. He's well equipped, armored, good to go. Yeah, he can put the tarp on. I can carry that. Roll it up, slap it on top of his backpack. I'm gonna roll for his food as well while I'm here. Okay. Good.
Some bells, small bells.
Yeah, possible. I'll roll that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that. There.
Birdie might have some, given that she has play bells as a talent.
She doesn't.
I've
4.
played myself.
Yeah, 4 bells.
Thank you. 4 bells. Thank you.
All right. I think we're good to go.
Mm.
Are we ready for episode? Are we on 54 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Fallen Hold. Episode 54. Cripes. It's finally happening. We're about to move into the Horned Rat proper as we go. Episode 54. The Fallen Hold.
Not doing it.
Young Freud's Jaegers were no more. Now they were the Storm Jaegers. And they had gathered at the edge of the great moat around Brass Keep. This great moat was nothing more than a drop into darkness. They intended to go down. They weren't sure exactly how they were going to go down, but they do know that an awful lot of Skaven had recently come up from there. Possibly may still be down there. They're already caparisoned for dungeoneering, for want of a better description. Backpacks on, books nicely stashed, flashbangs of a Yume variety, all put away in the correct places, crossbow pistol and elf, dressed more of the human than elf, truth be told. Not wearing her normal elven style clothing. She's dressed more as a Middenlander. With a hood pulled over, pretty much hiding, from the outside at least, that she's an elf.
And no elf bow.
Ooh.
And her bow is gone.
What?
What?
We don't get onto that yet, because there are things to deal with first. You had not discussed deeply everything that you were about to do, for fear that someone in the camp may be exactly what the commander feared may be the case within his camp, a cultist. There was always that possibility that one of the people there could be a cultist. So you made your way down, away from the camp, towards Brass Keep itself. And just as you were prepping to go, right, we're here, what we're going to do, how we're going to go down here, you encountered someone else, or at least they encountered you. The professor. The professor doesn't look exactly as he did the last time you saw him. He's haggard, worn, his ears look more pointed, his head more bald. But unmistakably, it's him. Probably. I mean, you've never encountered anything that can take the form of anything else before. It looks like him, and he, in turn, recognizes you. And there's a brief moment of, what the fuck? He did not expect to see you here. Indeed, I imagine you didn't expect to see a professorial vampire.
No, we did, 'cause we knew he was here.
Exactly where he was hiding. We have gone straight to his hiding place.
We knew exactly. So basically, we were looking for him. So that as soon as we're getting closer, we're like, Professor?
Yeah, and we also wondered whether we could bring any vials of blood.
Vials of blood were
So
also-
we could throw them from a distance.
Not at all.
I promise I won't
Gotta
ask this
speed on
all
the
the time,
Mhm.
but this is definitely a time I will ask it.
Yes.
What does he look like?
So he is approximately
No.
5.
To my senses.
Magic.
That is a very different question. Use a perception test, please.
2 successes.
Wreathed around in darkness with a mixture of deep purples writhing up into teals, and at the very peak of it, a swirl of whiteness mixed through with pink. Interestingly, though, the deep darkness is almost dominating over everything else. And indeed, he looks out with a surprised look upon his face, having been found so easily. Because he certainly wasn't expecting to see you, and you definitely weren't expecting to run into a vampire. As he, except you were, as he looks out and goes, "Oh, what are you doing here?"
Looking for you.
As he looks out from the shadows. What do you mean you were looking for me? How could you be looking for me?
Did we prepare Sakinski for meeting a vampire?
Sakinski can be back.
Okay, yeah.
And maybe
you.
we'd have pre-warned them because we knew we were coming to
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You know our priest has visions. He had a vision that you may need our aid. We have friends beneath who are trapped.
Beneath.
Hmm.
I don't give them much chance then.
We know they're still alive.
It's filled with rat bed. It's a warren down there.
We saw them go down.
But
We-
fleeing, in fact.
We have also heard they have been distracted. They are assaulting a
Excuse
hall.
me to interrupt, but you haven't by any chance seen a very old halfling, have you?
No.
No.
Are you certain?
You
Because
mean
I'm supposed to be
Pilgrim?
meeting him here. Yes.
No.
Was he not still in Middenheim?
Last we heard.
Last we heard.
No, he's not. I've just been there. As he...
If he was underneath there, maybe we'll find him on our way.
I doubt it. But perhaps you...
Why would you travel underneath ground? Surely, knowing he's an old halfling, even by halfling standards, he would.
That's how he gets everywhere. He has to deal with Skaven. Bodyguard.
What? He has a bodyguard of Skaven?
Yes.
That would have been very useful if one was set upon the way.
Wouldn't adjust. As he says, he pays for them. Well, there's an outside chance, I suppose. If you see him, tell him that he can't go to Middenheim. Can't go to He'll know what that means. He can't, under any circumstances, go to Middenheim.
Can you not?
You certain he's not there?
At the keep? Or
No, in Middenheim. No, we
No,
just...
here.
No, well, there's
We
multiple camps, but we didn't see any halfling matching that
We
description.
didn't see him in any of the camps.
I don't think we've seen any halflings at all.
And
There's arms.
you didn't see
Liverpool?
it in your vision, did you?
No.
I'll wait for sundown and I will make sure. Because he might be here. He's good at hiding. Because obviously he doesn't know that Pilbury died. Dead!
Is-
or at least is a
Yeah.
casualty. From our last mini game that happened down below. Ed, sadly, did not lead Pilbury to great success.
People don't give Ed enough credit, right? Sage rolled the dice to kill Pilbury.
I was very successful.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
All I did is pick up the fucking rocks and throw them on the floor, and they said the bad numbers. It's not my fault.
You had a 100% chance to live. I don't know how.
So, will you be here if we do meet him? Do we tell him to come to Brass Keep? Or?
No, it won't matter. Just pass on the message if you meet him. That's all that matters. God. And, it is somewhat coincidental I should meet you in a place that Red Skull cultists were known to be here, given that I was quite convinced that's what you were when we first met. And he looks at you.
We don't do coincidence.
We have been hunting cultists.
Yeah.
Where have you come from?
Doesn't matter, he says. Doesn't matter.
Who is it that you hunt?
Shite. As he looks at you. It's not your business. It's mine. He says, it's not your business. It's mine.
Do we know Sigfadder's down there as well?
Yeah.
Does Julius know Sigfadder?
No.
Let's continue on the work of one of Julius's friends, right? The swordfish were Magnus's...
I'm tangled on the origins.
More like he was working with Lady Wittgenstein.
Oh yeah, he won't know
And
good news, will he?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
We're happy to say that Lady Marguerite's fine, as per your charge.
Still alive.
Yes.
Oh,
She was
yeah,
in
so-
Midnight, in fact.
Well,
You were
she
very
never was
emphatic
in-
on that point, that she should remain
She's-
alive.
That's surprising. Huh. Where is she?
No, she's midnight, right?
Yeah,
in Midnight.
Yeah,
She's at the
She's at the
at
palace.
the palace.
Well, what's left of it. Anyway.
She's in the palace.
Yes.
She's in the palace.
We've been busy.
We all kind of
Yeah.
What's that?
We saved the graph. It's a heroic
And
thing.
Was she involved?
Yes.
Yes.
Very.
She has access to the graph.
Her family were involved.
It's sort of a balance of scales. Her family were involved in trying to murder the graph. She was involved in saving him.
Well, no, her family were involved. In
Yeah, that's what I said. Her family were involved in
Saving.
killing and in saving. It's a somewhat balanced scale.
Is that what Wittgenstein was doing?
Yes.
Attempting to kill the graph?
Yes.
Attempting to replace him
With what?
with the graph.
With
a
a
doppelganger.
Yeah.
He had a demon that could take the shape of others. Those it consumed would wear their
Seems
skin.
back. Well, that seems most unlike him, actually.
And like who? Dagmar.
Wittgenstein, yes. It seems most unlike him.
And I'm so
well, he seems to have fallen. So
He seems to, in attempting to subvert the cult, he's become the cult. He's become the thing he was trying to stop.
It just doesn't sound like him.
So we can attest to the fact that he has fallen.
You've also been wrong about people before.
You're wrong about us.
Yes, well, I didn't know you. I did know him.
people change.
People change.
people are very good at hiding who they are.
Plus, the influences at work are quite persuasive.
Sniffs. Who's the other people with you? Over there.
Mind of a shit. A squire.
My squire.
There's three.
And a bodyguard.
Bodyguard. Do you need them?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, if
If
you
you
say we're
say
going
it's
into a war and
dangerous.
we need everything.
Yes.
Are you hungry, Julius?
I'll kill you if I take it. He says, because I am very hungry. Well, I'm going to hunt rat in the day then.
Well, we have a live rat in a cage actually.
No,
It's bridal
that's
marriage.
not enough. I'll need at least 50 of them.
Either.
And I mean big ones.
I
Oh,
was going to say, if you're going to be hunting underground. Perhaps for a while our goals may align.
And indeed they do. He is happy for the next, approximately 7 hours to go in the same direction as you. Pity the Skaven that get in the way. He can smell them long before they can smell him. He kills over 100 of them.
Very useful.
Vampire bodyguards. Yeah.
And
At any point, just in this whole time, if at any point he like muses out loud, "Where is Pilbury? Could you let me know?"
he does not. I'm
But to be fair,
very sorry to say.
none of us know Pilbury's dead either, so we could.
Yeah, but
He is looking for it.
I'm not going to say to you, "Hey, ask me about Pilbury,"
Yeah.
because like I feel like Sigmar wouldn't approve of that kind of gamesmanship.
This is one of those things
Are you
that
calling Andy Sigmar again?
I don't need to roll because the Skaven that are down here are the dregs, mostly. And they have been put in a variety of stopgap makeshift sentry posts, holding off various tunnels to make sure that nothing comes down after them. And Julius can turn into mist, can turn into a wolf, can shape change into something almost 8 foot tall, and they have no chance against him.
Couldn't do any of that last week, Andy. Just saying.
That's why your combat's
That's why your combat's so high. He absolutely did do all of
But
that.
technically, when he says, do you have any
Yeah.
of you seen
I
Pilbury? You can use that.
missed the window.
Yeah,
I missed
the window
when
has
he did it
passed.
earlier.
Okay.
Yeah,
I missed,
quite.
I missed the
If
window.
any of us
and now-
ask, where do you think Pilbury is to Julius, that's enough for you.
That
But
would be
also,
enough.
like, out
Other
of
than-
character, we can choose for our characters who know he can scry to ask him.
If it
Like,
comes up, if you
Yeah.
choose to
Do
do
a
so,
vote.
you can. But
If
we
you
haven't
do,
done
I
it yet.
don't-
But I can't prompt at you because
No.
that would feel insincere, and I don't
Yeah.
think Sigmar
And
would like
also,
that.
he might receive curses for doing so.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed. He's
that's
Andy knows
what I
I'm
mean
in
by
debt.
Sigmar might like.
If he is dead, is it better to like not know that?
Yeah, quite.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
regardless, Julius is a force to be reckoned with, and fortunately not one that you get to see, although you will occasionally hear the squeaks, the howls of horror, and the general sound of Skaven retreat. It is some 6-7 hours that he moves ahead and clears stuff out. Much as he did as he made his way across, didn't lose a single fight, took on everything that he took and destroyed them all, upping his stats a little bit each time. He's still, even after all of this, not at his peak. He was very badly hurt in Middenheim. Not that you know exactly what occurred there, nor is he offering that particular tale.
Is there any signs of, not the Lupo could see, but any like visible wounds on him or like tears
No,
in his
not in the
clothes?
slightest. He just looks old and his hair's mostly gone and his hair. But however, at the end of it, when he senses that the sun is beginning to turn and comes back to where you are with a very clear, you've got about a mile ahead of you clear. You have just gone past empty areas. The corpses aren't even left there. He has removed them.
Aw, so tidy.
He's not left you with anything to deal with. About a mile in 2 directions, he says. But this is the direction you said you were going in. It's clear.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lupo probably would have done divination and augury when we got there.
Sounds good.
So,
Let's do that.
So divination, all good. Augury, please crit. No, one off a crit again every damn time.
What a
But he
shame.
But he passed. I'm guessing bad. But
Bad. Just in case you didn't know, he's checking if it was bad, good, or otherwise ahead. It's bad.
bad.
It's bad. Thanks, Divination Sigmar.
And I will just say, if anybody does happen to have the capacity to fix dice roll, were I to have critted
There isn't
that-
one.
There isn't one.
No,
No, we've
sorry to
used
say,
them
all.
we've used them
I
all.
thought we were getting a warning though, because I still have mine. Do I
you
not?
still have one? I think you used yours.
Used it for the walls.
Did I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We only had one left.
I thought I still had mine.
Yeah, you didn't.
That's why the betrayal was so deep.
I felt in your heart.
I said we shouldn't try and do
Fuck
the
you,
walls.
Old arguments now. Julius,
Talk about vampires.
when you meet him in the flickering light of the burning staff that the good wizard now has, which has a skull atop of it, a metal crown which has fire burning out, fire flickering from its eyes. As you do.
Are we the baddies?
It only lights up when I hold it, though.
Yeah, you know the baddies, honest.
Baddies were the badass. So.
He looks different. His flesh is still very pale, but now a half head of hair. He no longer looks so sunken in his cheeks. Filthy blood. He says, but better than nothing. I'm going up. You have about a mile ahead of you clear, and it's likely word will have spread. If you're very lucky, it will be clear for some time. They are cowards. And they tend to pass their messages along through scent. Whether they wish to pass that message on or not, it will be passed on. They are fleeing hard.
Was there Skaven sign all through it?
Will be I'm imagining there will be the musk of fear. It's quite late.
Yeah, quite.
How bad was it? Can you tell us anything about how strong they were or what we should expect?
It's not particularly effective forces. And they're rarely more than 6 or 7 to an outpost, and most of them are very poorly guarded. They're not their best troops. I've been in the underways more than once in my time. He says, I don't like to admit it. Normally I pretend that I haven't, especially with people I don't know very well, but given the circumstances. He says,
Thank you.
go see if I can find Pilbury now. Says,
Where do you think you'd find him?
Can I please make an oracle? Beautiful, my friend. Beautiful. Come on. It is pass. Not a crit, but it's pass.
one word. And it goes on. Deeper and louder.
For 6 minutes.
Oh my god.
And you
That's
hear
not great.
the war drum.
One moment, Professor. We may have some news for you in
Yeah.
a few minutes.
No, the professor takes damage.
Oh.
Okay, and flees hard.
Emotional damage.
No,
'Cause
no,
Sigmar and
almost
stuff.
died.
Oh, Sigmar.
Wow.
Almost died. His flesh burns up and he
Jeez.
howls and flees off.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, well, I mean, we tried to do nice.
It's gonna be awkward next
I'm
time.
going to
we
roll
do
a die. If I roll a 10, this is so bad, he becomes bestial and pursues you.
Oh, good.
Oh god.
If I roll
Thanks,
a,
Ed.
if I roll a 9, he
it. This is not
becomes
Ed's fault.
he becomes bestial and may pursue you.
But may also
Are we
pursue
going to
other
know what this
people.
dice roll is?
If I roll an 8, yeah, I'm going to roll it out. So you can
Okay.
all see. If I roll an 8, it's worse.
Oh, great.
If I roll anything else, it's not.
How can it be worse?
You mutate.
Don't ask the question.
Don't
Don't
ask
give
it.
him-
I don't want to know the answer to that.
No ideas.
Have you seen this Chaos Vampire?
Oh, it's a 6. No, oh, was that a 9?
Is it that one?
It's
That
this
one.
one.
Wait,
It's
which
a
one
9.
is worse?
Well, it's not an 8 or a 10.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
He goes bestial, is gone forever. Julius is no longer a sentient vampire. He may pursue you, and I'm going to roll it. 1 to 5, he pursues you. No, 9 to 10, 6 to 10. 1 to 5, he goes off pursuing other things. Bestial, down in the depths.
He pursues
3.
us.
No, he said.
No,
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 He
6 to
proper
10 was
pursuit.
pursue.
That's a 3. He doesn't pursue you. Can I have my D10 back, please? Fucking hell!
Wow.
Wow.
Treat him like shit.
That wasn't intentional.
Doesn't know where his pal is, and he's gone mental.
We are the kiss of death.
We are the bad guys.
2 vampires. He's a vampire. I know he was a
He
good
was a
vampire,
nice vampire, though.
but he was still a vampire.
Holy crap!
He bore the curse of
Literally.
undead.
What would Magnus the Pious say?
Yeah, under
I
Magnus's
shouldn't
orders.
laugh. Well,
in desperation because he
well, Julius, he's not in a good place now, poor professor. As he tears off,
Come on, he can go on a
streaming
quest for
smoke
redemption.
behind him.
has to
As
go
he goes
down.
off. Wow.
Pilbury's with the green scale.
Wow. As eventually you come to with the awareness you have and the smell of burning corpse on the air. You have no idea as to what has just occurred. As they're all looking on.
Quick, bottle up that scent for the steamer.
It's not a bad
Yo,
idea.
I mean, yes,
It's
not
with
a
the
bad
orc.
idea.
Yoke.
Where are the orcs?
It's too late now. He's gone
The orc.
nuts and run away.
Right.
But it's good for us to know where he is.
Yeah.
Why?
So that we
Well,
don't go
Is
there?
he not important? Should we not look to see if we can
I
save
don't,
him?
I don't know if he
I thought he was
lives
working
or
with
dies.
Dagmar.
Yoke.
I guess if we see orcs, we know we're close.
I just can't.
If we see orcs, we're running away, surely.
Yeah. Yes. Probably.
At least he's
Why-
not chasing you just now.
Just now.
Just
now.
Thanks, Andy.
Should we move?
I met Spengler, by the way.
Is he healed?
Yes.
Might be a good time, given that it's almost at
It's
the end of
good news.
a long day.
But we also probably want to move a little bit
Why-
Oh,
away
yeah.
from here.
Why
Yes.
did no one visit him? I was the only one who went to see him.
Spengler.
What?
While he was
What?
injured in Middenheim, none of you went to see him.
I was busy.
He doesn't like
So,
me.
just to confirm, this is camp at the end of a long journey where you've managed to fight literally nothing. We had a vampire that cleared the way, and you have got rid of the vampire because vampires are bad. Yeah, they are.
Accident.
We've got rid of the
Air
vampire.
of Nagash
Problem
hates
solved.
vampires.
No vampire issue. Off chasing other things down here, by the way. And I am going to roll to see which direction it goes in. If I roll, I'm going to roll from here.
If we're lucky, he ran ahead of us and he's going to keep clearing our
He
path.
did not. He ran in the opposite direction, which is a bit of a shame because that would have been hilarious.
I mean, God help the grudge bringers.
Yeah, it's not going to be good to be up above ground.
Yeah, but they're all the way over that way.
Yeah, he might be right stuck down in the catacombs for all we
He'll
know.
probably stay in the darkness mostly if he's
Yeah.
bestial.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's gone. He's much like the vampire that was encountered by Dieter
It's a
Helsnake.
Gloomlord.
Indeed, that vampire was also bestial. Hence, it had the undead trait, unlike the other one, to be taken control
So
of.
now Ulysses could have been taking control.
Correct.
And maybe he will. He'll turn up later as Dieter's henchman.
That very well may
By the
occur.
mighty fool.
Yeah, just to
That would be
rub it
great.
in.
He's a nice
So-
lord.
This is at camp
Ugly dog.
at the end of a long day's travel. Sakinski is sitting off at the edge, looking out into the darkness. Your squire has not taken off your armor because you're going to be sleeping in it, which is going to be hell.
You get used to it.
Better that than getting stabbed in my sleep.
Absolutely. And you've already organised your watches for the evening. And you have an opportunity far away from any potential cultist, other than the ones that may have decided to dive down here, or listening vampires, or indeed anything else, to potentially discuss what the hell you're going to do when you're down here, how you're going to get back, and what exactly your plans may or may not be. Or indeed, I met.
I met Spengler.
What?
Is he here?
He was at the Middenheim camp yesterday.
Oh, you went to the...
How is
I
it?
ran there.
How is he?
I thought we weren't allowed to leave.
I sneaked out.
And then snuck back in dressed as a Midlander.
It was harder, yes, but I did it.
What's
Walking
he
like a
doing in the
human
camp?
is very loud.
Has he been summoned for battle, or is he just accompanying?
He was sent by the princess
Ah,
with a letter for me, which had an encoded message, which read, "Father plans war," which, as messages go, was not exactly news to us. So I do not know if anyone can work out why she would possibly say that.
Because it's exceedingly obvious.
Spengler, the storm of magic, well, it either made him think, etherically experience 3 years of the future, or time being a stream that does not flow in one direction, nor constantly, nor the same wherever you are. He experienced a full 3 years of future and then came back.
He didn't tell that to me.
Forgot to ask him whether... yesterday.
Oh, during
The
this.
storm of magic.
Oh, apologies.
I'm erring towards he experienced it because he saw me. And I think it would be a loophole for the no scrying if you were actually to people can see me, for him to physically experience it. And he had a letter from Katerina that she had given him, 5 days before? 2 days before. But it was all worn on the outside, like it had weathered years. Oh, and his face was completely healed.
Were his sigils healed because they were damaged during the explosion?
Yeah, they looked fine.
They were broken, but there.
Yes, they
They're
completely healed.
still broken though.
Still broken, but healed. He gave me some gold and this bag, which carries the gold,
The blue bag that she's currently carrying.
and told me that I should get rid of my bow and stop dressing like an elf.
Right.
For a specific reason, or just
Well, I figured he didn't particularly want to share details of that future. So I figured, as he's always seen us right before, I should trust him. So I gave him my bow and my arrows to take back to Middenheim, acquired a crossbow pistol, and he got me some human clothes, and now I am going to be a human to avoid what I suspect may be a terrible future.
Are you going by the same name? Or are you changing completely?
I don't know yet.
And also to clarify, because the way that you tend to operate, when you say you are going to be a human, do you mean you are going to be a human? Or
She does not look human at all.
Yes.
But she's wearing human clothing. Human clothing.
I just want to get to the bottom of, the way
He
that
was
this one
very
thinks.
specific that it would be very helpful if I did never carry a bow again and did not look like an elf. I surmise that if I look like an elf and carry a bow, my sister may get hold of me, restore my memories, at which point I would not fall. That would be too pleasant for you all. I would instantly ascend to some kind of royal
Position.
horror.
But you do look like an elf. Like
Yes,
you
but-
dress differently, but you're
well, you
an
could
elf.
wear a big hat.
I think you'll find last night, when I was accosted by an elf on the road, he did not recognize me as an elf at first.
Right.
And then he looked at you.
Is that?
Okay.
Do you?
Okay.
No.
Would elves tend to look at the clothing rather than the person? Would that be an initial thing for them?
An elf would never look at a human. Ugh.
But if they did, it would be the clothes that they're wearing. Human
And the
clothes.
smell, the clothes stink. I mean, no elf would ever lower themselves to this level.
Cheers.
So we need to stink up your clothes. Is that?
They're already stinky. A human has been wearing them.
We need to get a bit of stew on
it's
there.
not pretty clean to me. But
Got a jar of dog piss.
It's not because I need to go around human towns having the humans
Go on,
sniff
Delta.
me and say, oh yes, this one's a human. It's for an elf that spots me from half a mile away, catches a whiff of your foul stenches, and says, no, that couldn't possibly be an elf. I'm sorry, it was a bad night. I met an elf boy.
So, in a way, our stink is protecting you the way that your supernatural Aegis is protecting us.
Yes.
You're
My
welcome.
wife was trying to say something sad though.
You met
You
an
met an
elf
elf
boy.
boy?
Yes, he had lost his kith band, and he had lost his shard, and I watched him consumed by things.
What's a kiss band?
His family, his friends, he was lost on the road,
What consumed?
and he had all of these. She'll hold out
Crystals.
all of his family.
Gems.
So they would need to be returned to.
Yes, and he was trying to return them, but he could not because he was lost. He had no shard, and the demons were hunting him. There was a horrible creature. And I didn't have my bow. Right. And it was a wedding gift. Sobs.
Pet.
Okay.
I take a little look to see how our recent party members are taking this meltdown, because
They could care less, but not much. You know,
It's elf
An elf.
bullshit.
an elf doing elf
Bullshit.
things, and they, Your squire, she means nothing to your squire. And
I
similarly,
mean nothing to my squire.
And-
that's not true.
I think-
You are very much your squire's entire reason for currently existing.
That's impressive.
And Emmanuel has
She's also seen more than her fair share of.
Yes.
Yeah,
quite. And
bullshit.
Sakinski has been around this particular party for long enough to literally do this.
Nice.
Pick his nails with a dagger. Look over. Shrug.
Did Spengler give any other warnings?
Spend.
Handkerchief.
He said the Gold College, and maybe most of Altdorf, maybe all the colleges were destroyed.
What?
Okay.
That is enough for Sakinski to turn around.
He wasn't happy. He was terrified. And no one else believed him that it had been 3 years, because who would? But what you have to understand is usually this kind of thing happens in the woods all the time. Humans wander in and they get lost for 50 years. It's only been a minute for them. Never this way round. This is the wrong way round.
So
But
he
in-
experienced 3 years in one moment.
In the time we were in Brass Keep.
Right, which is how, from my understanding, demonic kind experience the world, right? It's everything at all at once. So
No.
all time is
Okay,
connected.
could you do yourself a cool test, please?
Oh shit! Why?
Good.
I know it's a single pass.
It's a single pass. It's difficulty 3, so it's a fail.
Oh.
You can re-roll with a fortune point if you wish to do so.
Sure. Don't
Hope you're very
Take a corruption point.
I'm so cool, man. 7 successes.
Oh! Don't take a corruption point.
Look at his frustrated little face. Oh, he thought he had you.
I didn't realize I was so cool.
Fucking cool.
It's so cool.
Element,
Slow,
no.
but cool.
Slow but
No.
cool.
No. Do not even think that. Do not think about them. Do not consider how anything beyond us right now feel. I am being hunted. We have to be more careful.
Was the one hunting that elf boy, is it now hunting us then?
She who thirsts is always hunting me. Eternally.
That's why in
Yes,
the
but
tower.
you're hidden.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm not dead yet.
Okay, cool.
But yesterday, it went right past me and called my name.
Oh,
Ah,
so he's really looking for you.
Yeah.
Very
Well, it
nearby.
got a whiff of you when we were in the tower.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Your actual name or your current name?
Well, my current name, Alamenuive, is my actual name.
if that's how it works.
But in Eltharine,
Yes,
I can speak Eltharine.
it means the Witch of the Woods.
We're just butchering the pronunciation, I would imagine. And you being very tolerant with us, too. So.
Okay.
That's amazing. I'm not surprised about the colleges though. If the Empire goes to a war, a civil war, which looks like might happen with Boris, I'm not surprised the colleges would split and destroy.
Well,
Does he mean physically destroyed or that just people have taken sides?
I got the impression he meant physically destroyed. But
we know what's
his
working
purpose
on.
now, he was lost. I talked him down and gave him a renewed vigor for life. And his sole purpose now is to stop that future from happening. And key to that was dressing me as a human and getting rid of my bow.
Right. So you just make sure you never use a bow.
Apparently so.
Okay.
I'm
Fine.
presuming I do something quite bad with one.
Is it
Yes.
a bow or that bow? What did he say precisely?
An elf bow.
So you
A
could
bow. A long bow.
so as a human, you could use a short
I'm
human
using a crossbow pistol from here on in because he said that was fine.
Just one. Could have two.
I could have two, but they only had one.
I have
bow. I mean, you could also get like
tomorrow.
a proper crossbow.
No. Oh,
You,
gosh.
How
Dwarf
do you have
weapon.
one?
I have one.
Also significantly more deadly. But
Nobody's listening to me, but I
I'll have it.
A crossbow.
Pissed off. Yes.
Well,
On me.
oh, Princess.
Well, I
You're
got,
not allowed to wear it as a knight.
doesn't mean I've not got it in my bag. You know how I feel about weaponry.
Yeah, but
All time it's
you've
die
got a
hard.
squire and a knight who says you can't. You've got to fight a particular way now.
Yeah,
You're
but I
nice.
can still carry it with me. He's not allowed to.
No, you won't be allowed by the order.
I did
mean-
have a crossbow pistol. Ask him where it went.
There'll have been a relatively
I consider
stern
that a theft.
conversation.
Gareth.
Is the
No,
squire
you've got it at home.
is the squire prohibited from using it?
Barn, yeah, absolutely.
Aspires to
That's a shame because I am
I thought
ambidextrous, obviously.
Yeah, they
you
don't.
you can have it if we ever
Squires can
get
use
back
bows.
To, the Knight's Band.
Yeah, the men at arms can use bows also.
Was I right though?
About what?
Just the thought process. Because I passed the cool test, so I wouldn't know that I was technically right or wrong.
You've no idea at all.
Just the thought
Don't
process.
ask it again. Don't ask
No,
it
I'm not
again.
going to ask it again. I didn't ask anything. I just hypothesized. Very different.
And I
Do
said,
neither.
no, you were
Do
wrong.
not, do
Yeah.
not do that.
Well, to counterbalance a bit of the doom and gloom, Elric and I had a chat with my dad.
Are you engaged?
No,
Sakinsky
Jiro,
looks round again.
I know, Sapinsky. I know.
Jiro and Yume though.
No,
Jiro loves Yume.
my dad thinks that.
That's why he's such a prick. It's because he doesn't like anyone else getting close to Yume.
But
Makes
What a
sense.
creep.
Yume's cheeks are burning.
I don't think that's true though, because my dad has a weird way of understanding human emotions. Like, who knows? He compared
But-
Jiro to his big toe at
Yeah,
one point.
he-
Like, you know.
Because he's always banging it.
Jiro and her father are both.
Did you all
No.
That'd be enough for Gail to go.
did you all get high last night? Is that what happened?
No, I'm just trying to add a bit of levity.
Yeah.
Jiro cannot love Yume because he is a retainer and Yume is a princess.
Too good for him.
Something. Yeah. She's above his station.
The heart wants what the heart wants. Though.
No, he won't allow it.
What, Jiro?
No,
Or Daddy?
Daddy Yoshi.
Oh, your first name turns you are engaged. Did you
No,
engage?
I
Did you
said his
engage?
name wrong.
Have you
but-
asked? Have you asked? Are you going to ask him?
No. Why would I ask?
Have you seen her?
Yeah.
That's rude.
No, watch the solo episode. She's just playing all Yume.
Ume's a snack. You be, you know.
Anyway,
Technically, I'm too good for him right now.
Sakinsky just looked away.
you are, I suppose. I mean, I suppose the same would apply.
Yes, I mean he's not royalty, so like you know. But I told him about the fact that we closed the gate, and he was really happy because that's why he'd come here. So he was very impressed with it and was very happy. And he gave me this cool fan, which is
It's a metal fan,
Wow.
which follows it, and each one of the individual blades, which ends in a sharp
Oh, I
edge,
love that.
is a
Wow.
different color. For a total of 20 separate colors. Each one is topped with a circular symbol with a different picture sitting in the middle of it. Whether it says a picture of one thing or another.
Is this the symbols that look like the elf ones?
No,
No. Oh.
not exactly, no.
How thematic.
He also did this, and Alric will draw his dagger and attempt to stab Yume.
he goes,
Just stops.
and his hand literally shakes like that.
Is it just you?
I-
Or anyone?
Yeah, he can't
Just
stab
me.
me in the heart anymore.
Just the
Why?
heart.
Yeah.
Just the heart.
Don't try.
Why?
I mean, that's of limited use.
Why?
That's Yume's story to tell.
But that's like what? That's like when the treaties, like the treaty I had with the Trots.
Yeah, kinda. Well, it's like a item my dad gave me will help me make deals that people can't go against. I
And you
guess.
made a deal with Elric,
Yes.
not to stab you in the heart.
Yes. We want
were
to learn
testing.
example.
Testing it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seeing the efficacy.
Yeah. We
Do you-
learn.
What if you swore one that was counter that?
I think that
Do you think that
would
might hurt?
override it.
What?
I get the sense
Can I just, like, so to test whether it works,
I
you
attempted to
attempted
stab her.
to stab her in the heart, and had it failed, you might
Her-
have killed her.
Her father's
But
very convincing.
I mean, it just feels like you could have gone for a more
No.
low stakes option.
Like a big
Like,
toe.
I can't stamp on her toe.
Have you ever? No, because sometimes I might want to stamp on her toe. I know I'd never want to stab her in the heart.
Well, that's nice, but like,
Mixed emotions, right?
He's
So what does the grey bit of the fan? Can I see what's the grey symbol?
well, so these are all the 20 clans in
Yes,
the
what's
pond.
the grey one?
She has the answer to that, not me to hand.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
There is a symbol on it that is, I think it's an animal, that one. That's really bugging me now. We'll pick that one up later.
Yes.
I just can't quite see it in the dark.
He
The
also
MC Algo.
he also named all of the winds that they know, well, that he knows in Nippon.
Which there's 20
There's
of.
20. And they're ones that I can see now.
And what do they call?
Kevin.
Well, you made him write the
Only
He made
memoir.
me, yeah, it helps.
Although I will
Elephant's breath.
say that he didn't really pay attention when he learned
No,
it.
I had 18 written and now they're all gone.
I
Well,
have
I
snuck into
wrote
his
them down.
iPad.
What the?
Amazing.
F.
It says Yume's dad does magic, and then
Yeah.
there's 3 things underneath.
No, there's 4 things.
Oh,
Ed.
sorry,
Learn how to
4.
count. But no, I literally had all of them, and now,
I haven't
so
written
annoying.
that, but the interesting thing was that he said,
He goes into his grimoire and it's literally gone. It
Yeah,
was in
ooh,
his grimoire.
ooh,
Yeah,
that's
it's gone.
terrifying.
It's
Yes.
Don't fuck with me like that.
It's gone from his grimoire.
well, I took notes. I can tell you.
They're all here.
Just-
It's just this being shy. Oh, there we go. They're back. Cool.
Are
So,
we gonna go for all of them?
well, we'll just go through the ones we don't know.
Okay, sure.
And I actually only have 18 written, so you have to help me out, Andy. There's Kesha, which is the wind that Kislev fuses, which is like a light icy blue.
I've seen that.
Mhm.
There's Kegar. I might be saying them wrong. Which is pink, which
Deep pink.
is sort of like what your ring has. No, it's
No,
different.
it's
Yeah.
different. That's the wind of fate.
Now he said hish, but I don't know if he's saying hish.
I think he did. That's what he means. It's
Yeah.
the one that.
We've got, which is the dragon wind to them.
Yes.
There's sleeve, which is the light pink, which influences the mind.
Yeah, it literally changes minds. It's how my artifact works.
There's a silver wind, whose name, I can say this name, Alkist, which we think is bad. It's the bringer of change. There's Omen, which he did an example of, which is very strange. The wind of
Yes.
hope.
It's like drugs, but then he takes it away from you and everything's terrible.
That's
My
like
God.
It's like waking up in the morning.
There's Sangu of corpses, the wind of war. Asura, the phoenix wind.
Which we asked is like the elf king.
What did he say?
Yes, it's symbolized by a phoenix, which I think makes sense, right? I feel like you mentioned.
He said that magic is magic, regardless of where you are, and that people will find the same word for it always.
That makes sense.
So it doesn't matter in Eltharine or Nippon. Gur is Gur.
Like
for
it might
example.
be pronounced slightly differently because of how your mouth is made and stuff.
That
But-
makes sense because of is it Anakoan? The first language.
Anaclean,
Anakoan is the first language in which all truths can be uttered.
from the perspective of the elves.
We have Orc, which is orange, the wind of wise and materialism. Dar is its own wind. It's not as they teach in the college, or
Mhm.
according to him at least.
And it's like a multiplier. So it like corrupts all the other winds by using them.
Valen, violet wind.
The deep mariner.
Yeah, there's Shosh, which is I'd
Spider.
Shosh, spider, deep down pit of the world. And that was all the ones that I hadn't known already.
Can we just cycle back to that last one, sorry? It's deep down spider of the world. It's not really a
Yeah,
thing though, is it? It's not a magical
It's
influence.
his poetry, the way he describes things, but he didn't really say.
Kind of
It's
like
worth noting, just to make sure that we do add that special father moment. I've got it right.
yeah, he wasn't sure. And also he said something about like where all the magic comes from, so it must be something related to like specifically like magic. Yeah, I think that was all the new ones.
Right.
And these are the things that, since the storm, I think I can see. Like
Well, you were going insane first.
yeah, no, her dad helped. I could not see Yume. She was just colors, just powerful colors, but not like you have a glow. You have a glow. you're covered in Ulgu, but Yume was just solid. And now she's just normal. I see her as you see her, not before. And her dad helped me. And I'm just getting used to it. It's hard I can't shut it off. I just have to get used to it.
Apparently,
Can I
I'll
look
get
your
there
eye
at
again?
some point as well.
Yeah.
Right. You're still doing the same thing?
Pardon?
Just having a look at his eye again.
His eyes are both looking quite normal now.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's back to normal.
I think so. It's,
Interesting.
apparently it happened in her family and she'll get it too.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's probably likely going to happen to you in a way.
What?
Well, I grew up always channeling magic. I could always see magic from when I was born.
Right.
You have the ability to do that, but you've never seen it. So at a point, your sense is going to come online and you're going to have to,
Deal with that.
yeah,
Is
you're
this
going to have to
online?
accept that you
Alright.
see. Oh, yeah, yeah. Sorry.
on like a firing.
Yeah,
Right?
you're going to
Yeah.
have to
Come
accept
online
that
and
you're
you're
going to
up to
see
shoot.
what the material world is in front of you and what your etheric senses are going to tell you what's there as well.
Okay.
And it's
Well-
strange.
Okay, I'll deal with that when that happens. Sure. Hopefully it'll be a reasonable time, like in the bath.
Remember, your material, like empirical mind, likes categorizing things, and doing so will stop you from going insane. Was
That's
the
why I have
important
this list.
thing.
Right, split it all out. I know I can do that, to be fair.
Do yourself an intelligence test, please,
Oh.
Gerhard.
Intelligence.
I'm brilliant at this. Oh, no. Just a pass.
Oh, but the pass is better than nothing. Interesting that he
It's
should.
extra because you're over 100.
I'm not over 100 just on
Yeah.
intelligence.
Interesting that he should bring up the concept of categorization being helpful. Apparently, the very process of the father telling him what it should look like gave him a method of understanding it. And that is fascinating because Sigfeder never told you what to see or how things were at all. What a dick. You blame it pretty much all on him. If he'd only just provided you with the categories and the understanding, you would be able to immediately begin to make sense of everything. Not that you can actually see anything yet, but that doesn't matter. Clearly, it's all Sigfeder's fault.
It's fine. I'm starting to put it together. I'm learning it myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
But can you see? Look at Alamenoite.
Right.
Can you see? She is, and tell me if I'm wrong here, Andy. She's just, it's swirling all around her at all times. She is just shadow and grey.
To the point that it's almost impossible to see her sometimes to your senses. She just disappears. Okay, do yourself a cool test, please.
Who, me?
Nope, him. Come on! Difficulty 2.
3 successes.
3 successes. You don't gain a corruption point.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Keep looking though.
Keep working though, yeah.
It'll come!
No,
I will try. He will try as well.
but when you do start seeing things like that, you need to let me know.
Right, okay. Fine.
But as of yet, you see nothing.
It's
Good.
highly
You
unlikely
need
that
those.
you'll, to begin with, never mind. It probably doesn't work the same.
Actually, Leopold, can I borrow you for a second, please?
Sure.
Right, excellent. I need your awareness rather than anything else because out there it's a bit dark and I can't see. But I also thought this would be useful, and you'll take one of the bells. But I don't really know where we are, actually, in terms of this camp.
You're down underground
Yeah.
in a wider cavern that's not on a big spread going off in lots of directions. Just one end and another end, both of which
Right.
are easily defensible.
So at either end,
Mhm.
ushering across with a bell on at this height-ish.
Sounds good.
Oh,
Right.
also,
If you
before,
hear this, it means that something's going on, so we should jump to.
Perfect.
Thank you.
the other thing I forgot to say, when he was being overwhelmed by like all these things he could see, he was doing this thing. It was such a like funny rendition of what you do when you're trying to see. Yeah.
No,
so
wait, and he'll close his eyes.
Yeah, you can't see Element of Wife.
The father's there.
There's the father. It's nice and bright.
Birdie's there.
Birdie's glaring. It also makes the father almost difficult to see.
I'm gonna move.
Sack and ski at the back. You can
I
catch
probably
him
see
there.
you because you move.
No.
If anything, it becomes worse. It
Oh, really?
fragments it all,
Ah.
and it makes The father harder to see because it spills out across the area. Almost like it's spilling out from her like a drop of water each time she steps.
What kind of
Doing a small ripple.
Well, when I was in the tent, I could see Gerhard sleeping in his tent. Because he was swimming in magic.
What?
It's
when
your
everything-
unconscious mind can draw upon it. Apparently,
It's how you set fire to the bed that time.
Yes, no, I think I've got the hang of things now somewhat on that front, so I'm probably that won't happen again.
So let's find out if that's true. Full test for the night.
Sleep far away from her.
Yeah, nobody's sleeping near him.
5 successes.
Yes, you absolutely do have the.
I understand everything.
Yeah, totally fine. So,
Did I get my elf wine?
you got elf wine.
You remember?
Yes, and the
I
answer
made
was
a
yes to
deal.
that. Yes, you did.
Good. Not gonna go to sleep. Just gonna drink some wine.
So that's good. So at the point when Leopold is on watch, can he have like just 5 moments of a chat with Almenoy?
Yes, absolutely.
And all he wants to say is, Almenoy, what we spoke about in terms of your shard, should you perish, should I take on the burden of returning those as well?
I'm not sure I want you to take my shard back to my sister anymore. Well, strictly speaking, it wouldn't even go there, would it? It would have to go to Avalon.
Strictly speaking, yes.
Take it to Katerina.
To Katerina.
Clever.
And the others?
The others, they should be returned to the Laurelorn.
No.
Yeah.
That's pretty much almost signing his death warrant.
Okay.
You're aware of that.
Alavandrel. Take them to
Clever.
Alavandrel.
I mean, to be clear, what I was trying to say is, I will see that they get returned. I'm not going to go.
I want to take my one to Katerina and tell her that she will know what to do with it.
Perfect.
And take these ones to Alavandrel and he will know what to do with them. And this red one, I didn't have that when I met what's her name, did I?
No.
Okay, my turn.
Take this one to
I feel like I'm going to need to write this down.
just chuck him in a stream.
Why did you get onto that? Why did you get that?
to Imrai.
Imrai.
Imrai. Interesting.
Where's Imrai?
Pardon?
Where's Imrai?
Around.
Sorry, who's Imrai?
Imrai is
Wait, was Imrai the one that was with...
Imrai is the sister of the elf that we met in the slums of Delmore.
was Imrai the one that was in the
Delby.
boat? Was Imrai the one that was in the boat when we were on the barge?
Yes, she tends to go about with that human and that dwarf.
Yeah.
What? Was that not? I thought it was Joros in the boat.
Keep up.
Yeah.
I'm asleep.
And with that, are we going to be attacked in the night? The chance is exceedingly low.
Wait,
have you
can
got
I
one
just
thing
have...
to say? Yes.
It is really bad. I cannot tell you how close they came.
I remember you. I don't know.
It was worse than when you screamed in the town. Worse. So...
Yay! I'm on that!
I mean, I can give you some tips on acting like a human. if you
Yes,
like. Yeah.
yes.
That's a nice way to
that is
while away a little bit of time.
Yeah. You're too graceful.
I know. What you have to do, you see, you have to get these shoes and you have to, not make them quiet. You have to make the shoes make noises because you step on the bits that squeak. I mean, how?
Maybe put something...
Look, I'll show you.
Put something in your
I'm
shoes.
trying to sleep.
Put something in your shoes so that they're not even, and that means you'll roll slightly when you're walking. No, make the soles of your shoes not flat.
They're
And then
not
that way
flat already.
Make
That's
them,
the problem.
Make them more not flat, and then you'll wobble more.
There is very little chance you will be attacked in the night.
Slapstick.
I will have Sage roll 1d10. If she rolls a 10, something might happen. Doesn't mean something will, might.
4.
No, clearly, having everything wiped out by a vampire who is not necessarily the bestest of mates
Highly
anymore
recommend. If you can do that,
is a
do
good
it.
thing. Yeah, so that's good. The next day, now we have ourselves a guiding light, as in the direction that you're going in. And I know where that's going to lead to, but I have decided I am going to randomize certain parts of
Of course you are.
that. Because I like to not know what's coming next. So on that,
And I think like realistically, like every day he'll do a divination.
Mhm,
But
mhm.
if we ever reach a moment where he's not sure of the direction, he'll attempt an augury to sort of see if that can like guide him, which may not come up yet. But
On that, I would like to have a D100 roll from someone, because I indeed have a table of what sort of hell you might accidentally meet.
Can we re-roll with fortune points?
No.
30.
Excuse me? Ooh, cool.
Consider at the end of sleeping, I pick up the bells and string.
And
I'll
given this
do
is the
divination
first
into
one,
it. Yeah.
there is a strong chance that there will be nothing here because the vampire has already swept through this area. And I'm going to leave that to Ed to roll.
Fuck's sake.
Why?
He, who's very good at dice. The odds are always in his corner,
I've
pardon me.
got a Blood Bowl tournament this weekend as well. Like,
Well,
I really
yes,
need
you'll be
these
last. So, that being the case,
Wow!
luck.
I am playing halflings.
You'll be
You'll be
Yeah, you'll be last. So brilliant. I love the Blueberry Packers, my halfling team. But
he
that's by
wins-
the by.
if he
It's
wins,
just a D10.
Tilbury's still
Just
alive.
a
It's just a D10, and if you roll an 8, not good.
Well, neither was an 8. No.
5.
It has been cleared out. Now the question is, what do we have? You'll be making your way down through tunnels. We've stopped for our breakfast in the morning, obviously, and you've been going for a good 2 hours, expecting to encounter something. Some of the going has been difficult. It's required us to pull out ropes and climb up and down. At other parts, you were quite convinced that there might be some sort of noxious horror sitting around by the growths that sit underneath the ground. But no, you pass through without any particular issue. And then you encounter a tunnel. And it attaches itself to the cavern you're passing through. And the tunnel itself, it appears bored. And not that it's not excited by what's going on, it appears to be bored out by something.
Right.
Just
A bored tunnel. Couldn't help
I was
it.
like, I genuinely was like, it's a sentient
Yeah.
tunnel. that's
It is not a
overwhelmed with
sentient tunnel.
apathy. I don't understand.
Tell a joke.
Being bored out. The sides of it, almost on the rock side, look like they've been melted. And as you raise up your staff, the reflections of the flame dance across it like it's water. But it's quite clearly rock. And the cavern drops into this bored area, the ground part of which has much more wear than the top. The top, all the way around, looks almost smooth and glass-like. At the bottom, it's just all broken and bashed down in multiple places, and has 2 significant grooves down its entire length. Groovy. Does anyone have lore Skaven?
that would be me.
Do yourself a test, please.
I don't, but in case it's relevant, I do have lore monsters.
And that will not help you.
But it may later.
It very well might.
So 0 successes,
But it's a pass.
but it's pass.
You think this might be something you've never seen before?
Oh,
Maybe. You think that very possibly this is some sort of Skaven tunnel where they transport goods, slaves, people, stuff. And if that's the case, then this is possibly something that some sort of Skaven contraption would move through
yes.
and past.
Yeah.
What surprises you, though, as it breaks out into the cavern here, is that there's not Skaven Queekish runes all over the place, marking what this is, marking which clan owns it, marking exactly what it is.
Yeah.
There's
weird.
there's nothing there.
It's unusual.
Yeah, so that suggests that this is either broken through, it may have been a small bit of rock, and then just the passing of it caused it to crumble through. And it was never originally meant to be a place that stopped, or it could be something else. You literally don't know. You can make up as many reasons as you can think of in your own mind, but there is no obvious markings here as to what's going on.
Strange.
What's the
This isn't marked the way I would expect it to be.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Are we still in the region that
You have no idea where you are. You're underground.
But in terms of the distance we've travelled, do
Like,
we
have
think
we travelled
Julius
far
has
enough?
cleared this bit out?
You don't know. I mean, he may have.
Well,
You've been going for about
have we
3
walked more
hours.
than a mile? Then yes.
About-
Yeah.
You've been going down, up, left,
We've
right,
definitely
all
travelled.
over.
We've definitely travelled more than a mile. So,
Yeah, yes.
If it was scoured with magical fire, do you think it would be enough to melt off any marks?
Yeah, maybe they fled
What
and
do you
just
think?
didn't want to leave anything behind.
Is there a sense of actually?
What's it
Maybe-
look like?
It's quite possible that it just deteriorated and broke and removed any markings.
I don't think that's the natural deterioration, though. Like, again, looking at it, any remnants of anything lingering? Or is it just the background noise of the area?
Yeah. Do yourself a perception test.
4.
The stone weeps in horror at what has been enacted upon it. You can sense just how much blackness rise through the very meat of the earth itself. The true nature of what should be here is gone. It has been corrupted. And you kind of wish you didn't know that now, because it hurts your eyes
Yeah.
like someone's just put pins, and not 1 or 2, about 7 or 8 like this. And pulled them out, and then just to make sure you're really unhappy, put them right back in again.
Can we just move?
Oh,
on?
now you've moved your eyes as you've spoke to someone else, and that hurt. As tears.
Is this the way that we need to go? Through
You're
this?
crying.
You all right, Helen?
It's horrible. Can we just move on?
Which way? Liverpool?
Anyone with a good sense hearing?
yes.
Or else. Roll yourself a perception test.
Are there any smells to be smelled?
Nothing
Eight
that's
successes.
worth noting here. Oh, wow, yes.
Nice.
You can hear
Four
us.
successes.
Both of you can hear a scrabbling sound from down that tunnel.
The bad tunnel.
The bad tunnel. The tunnel of bad. Down the tunnel of bad, you can
The
hear
apathetic bad tunnel.
scraping movements. You got how many successes?
8.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you will hear at least 8 individuals, at least 4 of which are moving on 4s.
Do I get any sense of scale?
That's difficult to tell
But I mean, like,
because of the distance
Are,
at the
are we
moment.
talking?
No,
are we
no, no, no.
talking-
We're talking man size.
Man size.
Okay, but it might be bigger, it might be
Yeah.
smaller. Because it's echoing down.
But it's not just
And it's
normal
distant.
little rats.
Yeah.
No, this is not little
Yeah,
rats
exactly.
scurrying. You've seen almost nothing alive this
Yeah.
entire time, except for the occasional flora, pardon me, that already lives down here that vampires can't eat. From your end, you can hear the echoing sounds of things scrabbling down there. And they are moving relatively swiftly. I will also add one more detail: panicked breathing.
And can I get some sense of coming closer or going further away?
Definitely coming closer, and from down that way. That way it's dead silent. But the echoes are passing down towards that side too.
What's our rat in a cage doing?
You don't have a rat in a cage, I believe?
We caught some in the
Cool.
camp.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, marvellous. Your rat in a cage do nothing.
Well,
Despite all its rage.
despite all this
So
rage,
it's
just a rat in a
it's
cage.
still just a rat in a
Interesting.
cage.
Yeah.
What if we
If-
just chuck a flashbang at
I
it?
can hear something. I think we need to hide.
There's at least 8 of them. Why? But why hide? Why
Oh,
not
so we
just,
can ambush them.
or just scare them off by making a lot of noise?
We'll jump out. Ambush
Instead,
them.
they're cowards.
Unless they're being pursued by Julius.
Yeah.
Also, I
Right.
don't know how big they are. They're at least human size, but they might be bigger.
So if you want to do a combo of both? Hide
I'm
and then,
hiding.
Hide and then jump?
Well,
Hide and then
no,
scare?
no, we all just hide.
We
Sure.
hide, and then
Yeah, hide
we
and then
attack.
jump.
We attack.
Yeah, no, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So we're all hiding out in, I presume, the main
Yes,
cavern
so-
part rather than down
There's
in
a
the
curtain
cube.
I can just pull.
Perfect.
Just a burning
Pull
staff
the
sticking out. Pull the tarp up, yeah.
Basically, there's just feet sticking out.
Are we extinguishing lanterns, making everything dark?
Can we shutter them? So
I'll do
The
a channel
Javrix
test
can be shuttered,
to
yes.
turn my lamp off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, good. As the flames go down as you channel them out.
Loading pistol.
Okay.
In the dark.
Yep,
Oh,
totally.
yeah, it's now really
Crack
the
that one out.
time.
And then I'll load my pistol.
Acute sense hearing has a great advantage. You hear things from quite some distance away.
I think I need to be within touching distance of Elric,
Mhm.
just for feeling safe, but also for language battle,
Yeah.
so that I can warn him.
Yeah.
I have it as well.
So
So,
both of
So-
you then, I guess, in the
Yeah.
heart, so I can.
Yeah, if we're like staggered, because we could go one between, you could still reach me past Yume,
Yeah.
I could reach Birdie, kind of thing.
And Geralt and Sakinsky presumably have language battle too.
Yeah.
Oh, of course he does.
so if we alternate,
Yeah.
One of the benefits of acute senses is that you hear stuff early. It takes 5 minutes for them to arrive. It's quite some time. And this scrabbling figure that makes its way along the tunnel desperately is human. It's wearing a mixture of rags hanging off it in a variety of ways and has all over it brand marks in various angular forms. It's almost certainly, if you could see it, that. But you can't see anything
No, I can't.
because it's currently pitch
I will,
black.
I will explain.
Well, you don't want to say anything because they'll hear.
But maybe
So,
probably smell
yes.
it already.
It comes running and you can hear what's coming after. And it has almost a snuffly, almost dog-like sound. And is distant, maybe about 300 paces behind them. So is catching, but quite distant still, making its way along. And behind that, you can hear others, the clack of claws, sitting on the ground. And then you hear a clear crack of a whip. And whatever it is that's chasing goes at speed. And noise of guttural calls. Too far away for you to hear, sadly, but guttural calls coming from down that corridor.
If he tells me in language
Yeah.
battle, I'll be able to.
So
Have you got language battle? At how many advances?
10.
You need to do a test. How many advances you
I've
got?
got 10 as well.
Doing a test as well. There's got a bit of Chinese whispers potentially going on here.
Oh yeah, passed.
I'm going to re-roll.
It's not a great pass, but it's a pass.
Yeah, I wasn't far off. Yeah, 3 successes.
Good. We
Nice.
pass
Well,
on
one
the
success.
information.
Mm.
All we need is a single success to get,
Yeah.
because we're just conveying simple
Yeah.
things here. Still a new language for you.
I know.
But yes, you're understanding and
I should have
passing
put
on
some
and
of that XP into
communicating.
that. What kind of level would I need to get it to where I wouldn't need to be making these tests?
It's because you're working between the pair
Yeah.
of you, so it's actually you might use too complicated for it, so it will be needed for most times.
How many levels do we both need? So we can have a proper
30
conversation?
for most stuff.
30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's a while away.
Something to aim for.
Yeah, something to look forward to. Yeah. So what are you passing on between you?
Well,
Well, I
Cool
mean,
details.
can I convey human? Is that a concept we can convey?
Yes.
So human prey here, beasts driven soon.
That'll be more than we can cover that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well, I use many words.
Sakinsky will put his sword out in front of him upon being aware of the fact that we now have ourselves potentially something
Yeah.
coming.
And I need Elric to know that it's beasts coming soon because they're the kind of thing that might be scared by big boom.
can I speak back?
Yeah, you can communicate back, yes, but it's very simple one-word phrases.
Slave hunt.
Slave hunt, nice, perfect. That's perfect. As you can now, everyone hear the scrabbling, the huffing breath of someone who has been running for a long time and is still running. As makes it along, and you can now hear the clear, squeaky, huffing, almost barking noises of whatever it is that's pursuing. It's not going to, as in the one in front, reach you before the thing's pursuing it does. You will have to intervene if you want to intervene. It won't reach up into your cavern. It will be caught
I
a
thought
good...
it had already reached our
No,
cavern.
it's going to be a good 20 paces away from the cavern before it even arrives. It's been ages.
Oh.
You've sat
Well,
there
just-
for
But
Which
how
I-
did we
I
see
thought you
the,
said
but
we
we
could
saw
see
the
the
brands.
Direction, yeah.
Pardon?
How did we see the brands?
Because it's just there as he's reaching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a big
But
long
I
tunnel.
thought we were tucked around the side. Right, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Just- Okay.
I can block the tunnel off. but I'd have to do it behind the slave.
Yeah.
How far away did you say he roughly was?
Oh, it's about 20 paces, and it's at that. He's going to
He
get
can probably
caught.
hear the slave now.
Yeah. He's going to get caught. He's up ahead. He's going to get
Yeah,
caught.
but I
That's
could
been-
place a firewall right behind him, which would block the tunnel once he's in it.
Yeah, he's in the
not-
tunnel at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
would
I've
let the
got
slave get away.
70 yards at least.
Yeah, you can do it right
range.
past, but you'll need to see. You currently can't.
Just like my staff.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's cool.
Channeling test.
Yeah, staff's lit up.
Sweet! Okay, fire lights up, and up ahead you can clearly see that slave. It is a slave. Manacles around the arms, manacles around the ankles. They are not connected, they've been broken. The ones that he's dragging along are all wrapped up with leathers, meaning that they don't cause noises. Clearly this one was somewhere that it was attempting to hide the fact that they were there. He's got a long beard hanging down there, and he looks lean as a whippet, and particularly well muscled. A part of his face here has been at one point in his life bitten off entirely, leaving an open mouth on that side. Down this side, rashes, terrible ones that look like they have been infected by something, and he is pelting it. Behind, you can see the gleaming eyes of, at the shoulder, almost 5 foot. Let's call them rats. They're wolf rats. They're the worst of both species wrapped up in one. You don't know where they come from, but you've seen a few of them in your time. You are not exactly, when it comes to Skaven, a massive expert, but in comparison to everyone else, you totally are. As it comes pelting over and sees what you, the sudden flame, and squeaks. Eek! Half in terror. I'm going to do a cool test, which he completely passes with a crit. Enormously unexpected. He does not have a high cool. It's the only crit he can do. And he did it.
Wow.
I'm going to roll again. Good going, that slave. As he makes a beeline for where you are, already knowing in his heart of hearts that he's almost certain to not reach you because they are so much faster. They're moving almost twice his speed. Spell.
Ooh, yeah. So the original channel to light the staff, does that count towards
does
the
not.
CN? So he's got a channel first.
Correct.
But should be able to do
We
it.
could like shoot and throw things.
Cool. He crits the
Yeah,
channel
he did.
test.
Oh!
It should let him.
Yeah, you can immediately cast your spell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sweet.
Fine. So
We're
that's
toasting
a
tonight.
billion million successes. It's 3. It's enough to cast it.
He swirls his staff, flame trailing behind it from the eyes and the crown at the top. And then a gout of flame arcs out from his staff and splashes behind the terrified slave, who curls up on the ground in a ball and cries. As the fire rises up at the other side, the 2 Skaven rat wolves that are running towards it probably going to hit it. Not that they want to, but they are moving at full pelt. Oh, one doesn't. Another crit. And there's no way it's going in that fire. It skids to a halt, hissing more than barking. Huge teeth can be occasionally seen through the flames, as the other one does the opposite and fumbles. I can only roll doubles. This is the best. This does not bode well for you. As
Or it bodes really well for us.
that one, in its pure terror, tries to stop and manages to stop itself in the middle of the flame. As it...
The smell of burning rat.
I was like, I'll just roll a D100 to see how badly he does. Roll 95. Rolls up in it and then squeals around on his back as a horrible smell of burning fur mixing with the bulbous, pus-filled sacs that are pustulated across its body in various places, and in one case, boils with a pop.
Oh, dude.
Splashing against the wall, and also, because it's quite oily, lighting up.
Nice.
Okay, as it slides down the wall on
So
fire.
magic, it's effective.
It screeches and screeches and screeches again, as at the back, Queekish squeaks out loud. And we have a Queekish speaker. I shall translate. Horned rat, oh shit, horned... He's here. He knows it escaped. Run! And they begin to run in the opposite direction.
Nice.
Wonderful. I
Free guide! Whoop, whoop.
well, I don't wait for them to be out of sort of line of sight.
Down
And
on
approach
the
him.
ground in the big hollow of broken ground at the bottom with the big trammeling lines that it was running along beside, is the curled up, bearded, slightly grey-haired mess of a slave who looks over at the fire in terror as the bubbling, skaven rat wolf expires. He tries to kick at it and then scrabbles back. Not even really registering that there are people behind him at the moment. He's too busy looking at the flames, utterly confused. And then in Queekish goes, "Thank the horned rat, yes." Not that anyone else knows what he says. He goes, and then you can see it
Tick, 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 tick.
as his head stops. And he turns round, and there's a bunch of heads sticking up. Priest, Sakinski, wizard with a big fucking burning staff.
With a skull.
The words of fire,
Human Middenheimer.
100%
Yeah,
human,
right.
a knight. Her heart. As he goes, greetings! And bows down
He's been genius girl.
and says, hello! I'm fleeing.
Well, it's got a name.
Good day to you. Oh, no.
and says, day, yes.
I'm just going to hold the wall to ensure that he doesn't run back.
That burning fire can just be
Yeah.
left there. Just channel every once in a while to keep that fire going.
Birdie, what do we do?
Let's not spook him.
Right.
Friend, hungry?
Yes, very hungry. He says, hungry. He comes forward. Who are you? Human thing. He says as he comes forward, all nimble limbs and surprisingly cat-like in his movement. He is not like many of the slaves you've seen. Many of the slaves you've seen are basically useless. They get worn out and they last very little time. This one has either been, the way he's talking, he's been with them for a while. But he knows Reichspiel, which means he wasn't born down there.
Yeah.
And the chance of him being born down there is almost none. As he comes up, food? You have food?
So I will attempt to sit with him, which is difficult in plate armor.
Yeah, you won't be doing that.
No.
You can probably take a knee.
Stand
Yeah,
over him in a friendly manner.
Yeah.
If you take a knee, you'll be closer to his height. You'll
Yes.
probably still be taller than him, but
Well,
No.
yeah, I mean, that's fine.
What you get in him?
Some of my rations.
And he looks up you all. What have you done down here? This is not a place for you.
I will.
Who brought down the fire? He looks at you. It's obvious who brought down the fire.
A friend. We're all friends here.
Friends don't exist.
I used to be like that.
Lies.
Where do you come from?
Ubersreich.
All the way from Ubersreich? That's a long way.
Is it?
Yes.
I was born there.
How long have you been below the ground? Not that any of us can tell time.
I know.
what year?
Long time.
What year were you taking?
20. I've not had to think about for a long, long time. 2501.
How long ago was that?
11 years.
11 years.
So, how old does he look? Out of curiosity.
You guess early 20s, perhaps? You thought he was much older at a distance, but here, no, his face is lined with wear. It's not lined with age.
So around
And
our age.
his mouth, as I say, on this side, mostly half ruined.
Does he look suspiciously like Gerhard?
No. It's like,
we need a guide, and he needs protection.
he still looks a bit panicked.
It's
Would you be
You want to
prepared?
go up, yes?
No. We need to find some friends in the tunnels.
There are no friends in the tunnels.
We have friends in the
There
tunnels.
are no friends in the tunnels.
We could be
Everyone is
friends.
there for themselves.
Leopold, do you remember? And I'm just gonna wax lyrical about places in Uber's right. I don't. Ed doesn't know them.
like the pubs we used to go
But
to, like
pubs that we used to
Yeah.
go to, and just describe them.
the Tin Spur when we go watch the
Yeah.
the gladiators.
You
on
ever
the Tin
been
Spur.
there? Oh, they wouldn't let me out the orphanage.
What orphanage?
He says,
The
Sigma
Sigmar
one.
one.
Oh, that would
What?
be
What was your name?
Terrans. Terrans went missing.
Terrence.
Terrans was a year
It's-
older than you,
It,
and
the-
he went missing.
I'm Leopold from the orphanage. Skinny, tall, for my age.
Younger.
Used to have
Yes,
eyes.
I was the year younger than you.
Used to have eyes.
Wow. They're all dead.
No,
They're all
you-
dead.
You disappeared.
No. Burned down. Orphanage gone.
How much rations did you give him, by the way?
All of them.
No, it didn't burn down. You went missing.
More. He says,
Fine. I'm used to going with
You
it.
should drink some water
Yeah.
as well.
water.
Yeah.
Not too much, you'll make yourself sick.
Yeah. Don't make yourself
As he
ill.
drinks through half his
Oh,
face.
bless him.
Ready? Could you let him know I mean him no harm and I'm trying to look after him?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, that's true.
But Terence, it's me. It's Leopold. I was a year younger than you. The orphanage didn't burn down. You disappeared. I'm a priest of Sigmar now.
The
Sister
masters came and they burned the orphanage.
No, they didn't. They lied
Orphanage
to you.
did get badly burned when you were about 7, but you weren't there. You were up with
Yeah.
Gerhard.
But it didn't get burnt down.
No, not at all. You were part of the cleanup crew afterwards.
They maybe tried to burn it. There was a fire, but it didn't
Took
burn
me.
down. They failed.
It would have been a distraction to cover you being stolen.
Yeah.
What they had you doing?
Everything. Mostly up. As he tries to drink again from the corner. Carrying things, mostly. Says, they've got tunnels everywhere. Says, I once went for 500 sleeps from one end of the tunnel to the other. Says,
We can well believe it.
8 lizard.
We've all done that in a pinch.
But there was that one
Bonding.
stew with
Yeah.
the tail.
Alan West.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
And he lifts his head. Hide! He says,
Okay.
as
I'll hide.
Yeah, and we'll take him
you
with us.
don't hear it, then you do.
Mm.
A noise coming from down the end of the
that's
tunnel.
not footsteps.
Hide!
What
as
is
he
that?
runs in.
What is that?
He says, they're coming! Yes, coming!
What is it? That's not footsteps. What is that?
He says, schizophrene!
I mean, I'm just
Sure.
hiding.
Just hide.
That sounds bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that is-
I mean, like, we've all had heavy nights, and then the next morning,
Oh, Leopold.
get on board the skitter train.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry.
if possible, I will leave the flame wall. Like,
Well, it's very possible, but then
Yeah.
it'll give
Why?
away that there's something here.
no, but it has to go through at least.
No, it
And
was,
they probably already know because the people who ran away.
Yeah,
went
but they
the other
might
way.
think that we've run quite far.
Too
Whereas
bad.
if the firewall is here, they might look round here where we are. Like, you might want to get rid of it.
Your choice.
Let's
Is there
Especially
is there
'cause it's a
space for us to
tree.
hide further
You
in
can go
the-
either down
in
the tunnel,
further in the direct, not
in the
down
caverns.
tunnel.
Pardon me. Either side, yeah, easily.
Yeah, like the way that we were going to carry on going
Yeah,
down the cavern.
more than enough space. Then.
No, it's just so that if we get cut off, we're on the right side.
Yeah, easily done.
Yeah.
Do that. But that won't
Yeah.
move the spell out of your line of sight. if you do
Yeah,
that.
I don't care. I want to move out of this tunnel.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Are we going to put the fire down, or are you going to try and keep it up?
No, I'll draw back.
It gets louder the closer it gets. Louder and louder. And then the high-pitched screech of things that are on it. And then everyone can see the crackling of green light beginning to make its way down the tunnel. All you see is the flash of reflected green lightning as it bellows by. The front of it is brass, verdigris, pipe, wood, mess. Atop it, there is a Skaven with goggles. Its ears pushed back.
Tail flapping in the wind.
At the front is a great nose of green lightning. And the lightning trails underneath the back of it. As at the back, hunkered in, must be at least in the first, it's not a carriage, it's an open cart. Which is held together by a variety of bolted on bits of metal and wood, and is steaming in places in green that streams behind it. And they are chock-a-block full. It's fur to fur to fur with helmets sitting on the top as they are flying in the opposite direction, presumably towards Brass Keep. There are, in that
Reinforcements.
first one, you'd say an easy 100, and there's at least 12 of those. At the back, it changes from a whole host of very tightly packed rat men with weapons sticking up in a variety of directions. Some of them, as you get a slight flash, and you get that staccato blast of lightning giving you a brief moment of a face. And another one. Some of them are literally talking amongst themselves. A couple of them have goggles on. One of them sitting its head out as they're flying along. The front set falls to the back set, who are, if anything, piled up even tighter and on top of each other, all wrapped round with chains, most of them Skaven, but not all. In one flash of light, Alamenowith makes out an orc. It looks very sullen. Does not look happy. As it then falls to a completely different carriage. This one, a variety of humans, all packed in very tightly, sitting on the very last one. And then, poof, it's just green smoke drifting as it passes by and goes down. Yeah, maybe back away from the green smoke.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm holding my breath.
Thank you for the warning.
We go now, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Flee.
We go
We're
deeper.
going this way.
As he goes, up, yes, pointing the direction that's down towards where you intend to go.
Yeah.
This way, yeah.
Yes.
You are 100% reliable witnesses in this
We are
matter.
heroes.
Yeah, you are heroes. Let's lead him down.
No, but I thought he was pointing the other way.
Yeah,
What a shame, blind guy.
yeah, sure, go for it.
4 successes plus lots. Medicine. I'm on
So,
121.
he is how many? How many?
4
That's-
4 successes.
how many
30
advances you
advances. 30.
30. That's a plus 3. Bluntly, he is infested.
Ugh.
Right.
And he has a variety of pox and rashes that are equally rather badly infected.
Okay.
You think, particularly with his arm, this one here, it's enormously infected. You can just, from here, you can feel the heat. It's pretty bad. Just a little surprised he's not dead.
Right.
His face is also infected. Again, not surprised given the life that he leads down here. Interestingly, no obvious signs of mutation that you can see from the outside. Doesn't mean he's not mutated, but there's no obvious signs of mutation.
Is there anything that I could do for him with what I've got?
You'd think it would be a waste.
Right.
I mean, he would need to be. He would need to be bathed.
Yeah.
He would need to be properly disinfected.
He would, find that,
and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Not
I
that
thought you
he's
meant
not
it-
worth it.
Exactly. That's what I thought you meant. I'm like, wow, that is cool.
I didn't hear what did you think you said?
Well, you think it would be a waste? I thought you were saying, like, in Gerhardt's judgment, this guy's not worth saving because he's just a slave. That's what I thought you were saying. I'm like, wow.
While I piss
I'm not quite that bad.
Yes.
And how
So looking at him, his beard will be filled with lice, and you can actually see bits crawling through it. It's not the sort of thing that you really want to be touching.
what was his name again?
Terrence.
Terrence. Right.
Terrence.
Terrence.
With a Z at the end.
With a Z,
Terrence.
thank you. Right. Terrence, would you want to go back to Uber's right?
Ow!
To Uber's right.
Is it still there?
Yes, I am.
It's still there.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Sister Abacon's still there.
Oh.
Apparently she's Mother Abacon now.
this
He
guy
will be a
who's had
better
this
master,
terrible-
maybe, than the masters.
She has mellowed out a bit. She, last time I met her, we had a good old time. We reminisced. She gave me ale. We smoked pipes together.
How is she still alive? She is old.
I mean, she is getting on a bit. But we're all older, aren't we, Terrence?
Where are you going?
This way,
Where are you going?
to find our friends.
Where are you going?
Eventually, topside.
Yeah, we will be going up. We just go.
Where are you going?
Middenheim.
Midnight first, and then
Middenheim's that way.
is he pointing towards the
He's
flame?
pointing the opposite direction to where you want to go.
Is he pointing towards the silver flame?
No, he's pointing along the tunnel.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he's not pointing directly.
No,
I
he's
was
not.
like, technically, Midnight's that way.
Get your specs.
But that's the direction that we would travel if we want to get to Midnight.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. But we're not going directly to Midnight. We're
Where
going
are
to,
you going?
we're going
He
to
says,
find our friends.
Who? What? What friends?
Oh,
Down here. No friends.
The
Two
two humans.
and a small dog.
What?
We know they're down here. Can I attempt, because Lupo could see at that moment, can he attempt to describe, were there any distinguishing features in the tunnels where he saw them?
Incredibly tight, wending tunnels across multiple layers. It was a very complicated area. And also, most importantly, south of big, huge caverns. Okay, where you think there was some sort of probable settlement or something because there's so much space.
And he knew that it was like sort of southeast from Midnight.
Yeah.
Our friends out there in caverns, they're very tight, dense.
Flame
tunnels.
spite. By flame spite.
Maybe the sort of south of.
And it says, Karakskugge. And it says, Dafita, Dawakta. Incredibly bad, Kazal. Incredibly bad. But he apparently knows it. Karakskugge.
Yeah. Sure, maybe. Does that sound plausible?
Is that Carrickskugger? Where Darrow was heading.
Or near or in.
Snakewad. He says.
Birdie?
Snakewood?
As in,
No idea.
Hiss?
What?
The word of a
Do
snake.
you know snake in Cazalet? Can I try that?
Yeah, sure. And
Yeah,
he's
passed.
what?
Worth a try?
Can I say to him in Creekish,
Uh-huh.
what do you mean?
And he says in Queekish, the darkest tunnels in the south. Says very bad tunnels. Dwarf things live there.
We're friends with dwarf things. That could be okay.
Dwarf things kill me.
Not if you're with us, they won't.
Looks back.
Have we switched back to
up the
Whitefield?
tower. No, he's currently speaking in Queekish. Looks up back down the tunnel towards the open space of possibility, and looks back at you.
We just saw.
I'll try.
Clan Maw's at war with them. Yes.
Yes, we're not
You're
interested
surprised
in
that any slave would know the name of any clan. It's not a clan you know either.
Laws. Tell me more.
Your knowledge of Skaven is, as you know, relatively weak. You know Clan Scruton and occasionally others who come towards it.
Really, what's the point of thing? Interesting. Do they have the dwarf hold? Clan laws?
No. Says the priest.
Priest.
The horned rat.
Which one?
The terrible master. White fur, yes. White fur. White. Horned rat.
Oh.
Says, has bought paid, yes? Bought paid clan moors. Thousands bought paid.
Okay.
As
I
they're
shall relay.
squeaking at each other.
I shall relay this
Well,
on.
Relay it on.
So basically, there's a priest of the Horned Rat that has bought pretty much an entire clan, thousands and thousands of Skaven, and they're all down in the southeast tunnel. near
Still
Carrascoon.
flinch every time everybody says the word.
Were the people, the ones that were on that train, were they from that clan?
I did not look.
There weren't any markings. It was going awfully quickly for us to see clan markings.
Scared.
I mean, are there that many different clans now?
just
Only clan moors now. In Firespite. Only clan moors. No other clans allowed.
And that train comes from Fires.
this is good.
There's only one track.
Lots of slaves in Firespite. Lots of slaves. And Fang. Lots of Fang.
When I looked over him, were there any purple hand markings?
Not that you touched him very much, but you didn't spot any.
He's unlikely to be a member because he's not Skaven. It would be Purple Paw.
Purple ball.
PP.
The rat painters.
But didn't we think that the way they got into the Skaven was through humans?
Yeah, probably not the slaves though.
But it was
More
most likely humans as Skaven. As we
Yes.
have
as we have experience of. No clan scrutins.
Clan Scruton. Bad.
Yes.
Bad. Clan
Agreed.
Scruton. Kill. They kill Clan Scruton. Kill. Yes.
Good.
Grassic. Yes. Says Grassic.
Now, I recognise that name. But it was months.
Skaven Dad.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. That's Skaven
That's
Dad.
original Skaven Dad, right?
And that's who Thankwall wants me to deal with.
Maybe
Mhm.
he's already dead.
Grassic's dead.
No.
Oh, damn it.
Yes.
No. In chains. Yes.
Oh.
Scruton. Clan Scruton in chains in flame fire spite. Yes?
Oh, okay. It's not necessarily a bad thing. They want to kill me, so.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yes. Run now.
Why?
Stay with us.
Run. No. Run now.
Safety in the numbers, and we'll get you.
You going down. You are going down to Clan Moors.
You can help keep us
But
alive.
Clan Moors.
Does Leopold have some sense of that we don't need to go through Firespite for going round it?
Yeah.
Like some loose sense of that.
He has some sense that going into those caverns would probably be a bad idea. I
Yeah.
mean, there are routes around.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just lots of networks of
Yeah.
tunnels, and yes,
We don't need to go,
it's all Moors. All Moors.
but we can go round
There
it.
is no round.
But we
There is no round. It is Moors. 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 And slaves. So many slaves. And Fang. So many Fang.
What is
But if-
Fang?
Humans. Fang. Humans.
Lucas,
All right. Okay.
Lucas and Sigfader got there, so there is
You need vampires.
quiet ways.
Vampires?
Fang. He says, you know exactly what he's referring to.
Do I?
Yellow Fang.
Oh, them.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know
right.
exactly what it is.
They're idiot human cultists who think that when the horned rat rises, they're going to rise too, and everybody hates them.
Right.
And they
okay.
stink. Very specific.
Yes.
What kind of stink?
Very
Like-
specific smell.
Fang.
However,
Human stink.
Dog piss.
if we could find some of them, we could pass as them, and that might actually get us through.
Are
certain
they
areas.
ignored by this?
Generally, yeah.
Hmm.
Slightly above slaves, or more ignored by slaves.
Ignored by Skaven in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, actually coming across some of them, not a bad thing.
The point stands. Sigfeder and Lucas got through
Yeah.
that somehow.
Round now, yes?
You just saw so many Skaven go up where
Yeah,
you want to go. That's not.
They're going to the way up back down there. You don't want to go that way.
His shoulders sort of slump.
We will protect you, stick with us.
I know that there may be lots of them there, but they're distracted by the war with the dwarfs.
What?
They're fighting the dwarfs. The dwarfs have come to reclaim what was theirs.
How?
That distraction is our way through.
Is that how I got away? Dwarves fighting.
Has anybody got a cloak for this man?
The priest, he wants everyone working. Everyone working, all time. So much. That's how I run. Not because of war, because of work.
Well, what is the
Me
work?
too.
Some fire spite, yes?
What work?
Building, all the building.
Building what?
Shrugs.
Building defences for the dwarfs that are coming to attack?
Mrs. Hydro, maybe.
The dwarfs are coming to attack. And
I think I need a charm test.
Okay.
I think that's what's going to win me
Can I
over.
assist?
Does he still count as
Yes,
Sigmar's
you can
heir?
assist in that one. He does not count as Sigmar's heir, I'm sorry to say.
Oh, it's a crit!
Oh, sweet!
He is converted. He now
He's
can
seen
make
the light.
voices.
Fantastic.
Hearts you.
So 3.
He walks in Ladriel's
13.
shadow.
13 if he now counts as Sigmar's heir, 14 success.
I will help you, Leopold Master. He says,
Congratulations.
I'm not
Second
comfortable with
novice,
the
yes.
master, but okay.
Don't worry, you get used to it. At least he's not trying to have sex with you.
Loophole friend.
he
Yes.
says, yes, Master.
Friend.
He says, you want to go there, you will get us out, Master.
Yes.
Yes, all of us.
What are they building?
I walk in Sigmar's light now.
He says,
He chose me.
it's in Flame Spite is where they're building. In Flame Sight, it is big. It's very big. He says, maybe if you can get fangs, he says, you could just pass right through. Yes, yes?
That's my thinking.
It's a great idea. Wish someone else had it.
He says, you cannot wear that, though. Looks at you. Or that. Must look like fang.
What do fangs wear?
Ordinary clothes, generally.
They look at
Cloaks.
me. I'm just an ordinary cloak.
Do they have a symbol they wear?
Yes, it's
Fang.
It's a yellow fang.
Big
You
fang.
can just put a cloak on, right?
Can we?
Yeah.
Need fangs.
Yeah,
Can't,
if you don't have
can't copy fangs.
Yeah, if you don't have
Fangs have
fang.
smell.
They'll assume
So
you're
we
a
have to
slave.
find some of these fangs, kill
Kill
the
'em.
fangs, take the fangs,
Yes.
Fang,
and then they'll think we
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
You bad.
Fangs all, folks.
You bad. You bad. Very bad. Good.
Fang.
Bad. Do not look like fangs.
But if we took the armor
What?
off and everything,
So why do I... Hang on.
No armor allowed.
but we wear the armor until we've killed the fangs to take their clothes. At that point, yeah.
So I can be the distraction. Hello, fellow Fang members.
I'm here to
How do
misplace
you
my
do?
fang.
Come this way. I mean, everybody else.
Jar of piss?
And with a plan having been clearly spun, the jar of piss Gerhard plan, we arrive at the halfway, well, not quite halfway mark, slightly beyond halfway mark as we take a break.
Hello, I'm Ed. I play Gerhardt. This is LAWhammer. It's the break. While you're on break, go over to our Discord. Follow that stuff. Like if you're watching this on YouTube. Is there a break on YouTube? Yeah,
You're a
there's a
break
break
on
on
YouTube.
YouTube. I'm a break on YouTube. If you have the time and energy and cash, go over to Patreon. A large portion of that's free. Rules, maps, some nudie photos of me hidden somewhere. Yeah, that's right. Go check it out. And then behind the paywall is the nudie photos of everybody else. Lovely stuff. Enjoy the rest of the show.
And we're back. What a lovely break that was. Cake for me in particular. That cake was raised to a certain Mr. Loremaster of Sotek. Happy birthday. It was an absolute delight to stream with you each week. And indeed, if you'd like to see Loremaster of Sotek and me streaming about Warhammer lore, we're doing that this Sunday, or alternatively watching this much, much later. Just go check out Loremaster Sotek streams or mine, and we're discussing the city of Prague over in Kislev. 3 hours worth of just how awesome that place is for roleplay. It's going to be cool. So, that little ad aside, hey Sotek, I am now going to move on to... No, I don't want to, Master.
Friend.
Yes, Master.
Just roll with it. It's easier.
And our journey into the depths. This could be, given everything that has occurred down here, be very easy. It could be difficult. As we move into the next day, and with an extra person to feed as well, make sure you knock down all your provisions by an additional 1.
I was taking half rations, just
Sounds
be
good.
careful.
Eke them out a bit. So.
Yeah.
Anyone on lower rations, do yourself an endurance test. This is not going to mean if you feel you're in trouble. It's just
7
just making sure that you're fine.
And also, at the if we are setting up camp, I would like to try and have a little quiet chat with Gerhardt.
Sounds good. You have ample opportunity to do so in the middle of the night if you wish to.
I would like casually, as we're moving around with our new friend, to ask if he's heard any rumours of a slave called Whitebird.
No.
Good.
No. Is his answer to that.
Super.
If you wish to speak to Gerhard, let's pitch ourselves at another encampment, which will be down in the darkest cove of a larger cavern, which is very easy to look out across, making it relatively defensible again should you be attacked in the middle of the night. Most importantly, the main parts of the passageways that lead into this are all quite small, meaning that you're unlikely to be attacked by something particularly big. And there are indeed always the opportunity or chances that may occur. But for reasons we've already covered, there's a lot of empty chambers down here. So that is where we are. We can pick this one up at approximately who knows what time it is in the middle of the night.
Maybe if we're trading off watch.
Yeah. Sounds perfect.
Yeah,
Nobody
sure.
is listening to you.
The apologies!
Definitely not the father who barely sleeps at night. And like you said here,
No.
definitely.
Yeah, quite.
Gerhardt, can I pick your brain?
Yeah, no, certainly. What can I do you for?
Throughout our times together, you've been very good at identifying and knowing lineages and families.
Yes, no, yeah, big part of what I do.
What do you know of the Elector Count of Talabheim? Or Talabecklin, I
Oh
suppose.
gosh, that's a question. Do yourself lore empire, lore heraldry be perfect if you have heraldry.
I do.
Lore heraldry be perfect.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
please.
good at heraldry.
I'd like to move seats, please.
Hey, you chose this.
8 successes, and we're at
But you-
111.
But how many advances?
20.
So 2, good, perfect.
No, 3, because
3,
he's at
because I'm at
111.
111.
Yeah, nice. Okay, he's just so smart. Forgets nothing. So the Krieglitz, in terms of Talabheim, let's cut this down to its most important nubbins. They are the successors to the Ottomans. And their family line has intercrossed with various imperial lines at various points in history. They are, as a family, pretty staunchly anti-Sigmarite. They are relatively staunchly Talite. Having said that, though, the current Electra Countess, although she often prefers to be called Electra Count, is Elise, and she is known across the courts for 2 primary things. One is her unfortunate appearance. You don't know what that means, you've never met her.
Okay.
And 2 is her lack of good fortune. You're generally aware that she's lost 3 husbands, 4 children, and currently has no heir. She's only, you think, in her 30s and has already been through that. She is known for being attended by several priestesses of Mor. Beyond that, you don't know a great deal about her. You do know her family line is pretty old, and is interrelated to several of the great lines of Talabine.
More not Shalia.
Yes, more not Shalia.
Okay.
She's gone past the point of looking for mercy. She's now just simply accepting what she's got.
Wow, that's rough. What was her name, sorry?
Elise.
Elise. E-L-I-S-E. Correct family name?
Yes, Krieglichtenter.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yes, Krieglichtenter.
Yes, Krieglichtenter.
Krieglichtenter.
Krieglitz?
No.
As in Krieglitz.
No, look, I'm just going to...
Krieglitz as in Krieglitz.
I don't know how to say it any more clearly.
Cream.
Cree. Glitz.
Glitz.
No, Krieg,
No.
as in war.
Yeah, Krieg.
The German word for war.
Right.
Yeah, but if he says it Krieglitz, he'll get the...
No, if he says war lit, like war's lit.
I mean, he's gonna forget it anyway. It doesn't matter.
He's gonna call him Great Hammer.
Right.
Krieglichtenter.
Krieglitz Hunter.
That's more.
Right,
That's more
I'll write
things.
it phonetically.
Doesn't
Give me
matter.
your paper,
I'm not going to remember this, and I don't need to know it. Yes, I know things.
Mhm.
What do you want to know?
What relation do they have to the Grunfelds?
Oh gosh, Grunfelds.
Her in
Interesting.
particular.
Grunfelds, you know, are one of the family lines of Talabheim, noble line, but it's a relatively common name. It means effectively, as far as you know, Greenfield.
Right.
You're quite convinced it probably came from a lack of noble origins. You're not entirely sure where it comes from. You don't know. Yeah, they're a big house. They probably intermarried at one point. You're not sure when.
I do a history check for that one.
If you have history, yes.
I do have history.
Yes.
Yep, 101.
Oh, nice.
The treat is basic as well, so 7 successes.
Ah, yeah. Huh. Interesting. So, as you think on it, so the Krieglitz Unterns, if you go back 1, 2, 3 generations, there was a Grunfeld. Interesting. A woman who married in. And that would have been, as you cast your mind back on it, that would have been Lizelle II of House Krieglitz Intern.
You're just doing it to wind him up now, aren't you?
I am.
Okay,
And yes, married a Grunfeld.
so you've got a little bit of sort of cross lineage.
And no, you got it wrong. The Grunfeld was a male.
Male.
That's why you remember it.
Right.
And there was a whole thing about which household would be taken, but because she was the royal household,
Mhm.
they took the royal household name Krieglitz Unter. And back then it was just the Krieglitzes. So it was a Krieglitz. The Krieglitz Untern came afterwards. And the Krieglitzes now rule Talabek land.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all coming back to you now. Most importantly, yes, there was a Grunfeld. It was a man 3 generations back.
Right. So 3 generations back, your family's intermarried, for lack of a better term. Lizelle, Krieglitz and turns, probably right.
No.
Yep. And I don't know the name of the chap, I'm afraid, but Gary Grunfield.
Nope. It was
Gunter.
Talther.
Talther.
Talther. Talther. Talther.
Talther.
Yeah.
Obviously, because
Okay.
Tal.
Everyone knows a Talter, right?
So
So, yeah, 3 generations. Why do you ask?
the wizard
Mm.
in the Grudgebringers camp, Sienna.
Oh, Sienna.
Yeah, Sienna. Knows my family and seems to think through my mother that I am attached to that line.
All right.
That I
Sudden gut-wrenching horror hits. How many generations?
Yeah, 3.
Because if it's 3 generations, if he's within 3 generations, he outranks you. In court, he's a royal. You're just a noble. That's bullshit. No, you're not bothered about that at all.
Bang on my cool test.
Yeah, there you go.
8 successes.
Fine.
I am cool as a cucumber. Okay.
Okay.
So what did you say?
Well, apparently, I mean, I'm a wizard. I can't inherit anyway, but
Sure.
that I'm part of the royal line.
Okay.
But I don't know. We don't talk about that. It's not something that I grew up. I don't have your fancy papers or anything. But
Would you want to make an official sort of move in that kind of direction?
well, I
If you
don't
can.
know.
So you immediately your mind's off. It's gone. If he's a royal, you can enter any court. You want his papers. If he's a royal, if, oh, fuck him outranking you or not, he will open every door if he's a royal. Because everyone will want him in their court.
But if he's a wizard,
Still
Who
royal.
cares?
he's
Yeah,
still
he's still a royal, yeah. He can't inherit any particular title, but he's still a royal. That'd be the royal line of Talapine. Fuck yes. That would be an esoteric prince from the east. There would be Reichlanders desperate just to huff him pop in. And a wizard too. He'd be the talk of all the salons where you got to go and do what you wanted to do while he was surrounded by
Right.
Can
idiots.
I hear any of this?
Oh, yes.
Go on. I have a question.
Right, yes, I thought you were asleep.
No.
No.
Did they marry into the Becks?
Into the what?
Becks.
Beck family. Tala Beckland family. You're aware of it?
Right.
Did they who marry into the Becks?
So there's like Talther and the Lizelle,
Yes.
and then presumably they had a daughter. Did that daughter marry into the Becks?
Yes, her name was Tochter Grumfeld, and she married into the Becks. You don't know what happened to Tochter.
That's my grandmother.
Oh, right.
Well, I know your uncle.
Who?
Lord Beck.
I've not really met many of
Leopold almost sniggers in the background.
I've not really
It's
met
fine.
many of the men in the family. I was raised by the women.
No, he's the Lord. He wasn't. He probably. It's just he had this odd story. I don't know if you know, but in Talabheim, they have a peculiar way of teaching the ways of Raya. The ways of Raya.
Acts of Raya.
The acts of Raya. And he had a peculiar tale about his mother taking him into the forest, and rather than it taking a couple of days for her to explain
Right.
the acts of Raya, she took years, and they lived in the forest. And I could never understand what kind of woman would live in a forest. But if she was a wizard, well, that makes more sense. She was a...
Well,
She
you
was
know
a-
she's not only a wizard. She's the matriarch of the Jade College.
So he was a lovely man. I met him in Nong. I had been purchased by, well, I had been offered a job with, what are they called? The Van de Kuipers. But I thought it would be fun if I threw the cat amongst the pigeons and picked a different person, as though that person had paid more money than the Van de Kuipers. Think of the gossip.
Van de Kuipers, you are aware of, they are probably the richest family in the old world. They live in Marienburg.
And he was lovely. A very, very pleasant man. He had a dragon as his symbol. And that's why I was looking for the dragon heraldry when we met the Grudgebringers, because I wanted to, Caster Beck. That was his name. Caster.
Was he
Carsten.
Was he a wizard?
No.
Oh.
He was due to inherit, but he was somewhat alienated from his papa.
Right.
Point being,
Well, he's your uncle.
It's just
That's exciting.
Alamin White knows somebody.
right?
It's hard.
No,
enough to sleep.
I have apparently so many family members that
But if you wanted your patent to nobility, then he would be the one who might be able to help you get it, and he sort of owes me because I picked him instead of the Van der Kuipers. He was able to make a deal with the Elector Count for cannon, which he really wanted. The Elector Count didn't want to give him. That was before I was wanted in Nong. So, and and we got on very well.
Is
He
anyone
wrote
taking
me.
notes?
He wrote me
No,
a
it's all
beautiful
nice.
letter, which was sort of a paradox, which is what made it so beautiful. And we parted on such good terms. And I was sad I never saw him again, but perhaps I'm sure he would give you your patents if I asked him.
Does
Well,
that mean that then the grudge bringers will work for you instead of the other way around?
No,
No, they're mercenaries.
No, but I mean, like, currently they're working for.
they're employed by the
Electric Hound.
elector count. It doesn't mean if I'm in a part of the family.
I guess.
But
Right.
yeah, how
your family.
is that the way to go about getting
course not.
papers if we need them?
So,
does
the
not
patent
know.
Because
would
my,
come
my
from
family won't have
the
them.
head of that particular family. And if it's the Grumfelds, it would probably be Dr. Grumfeld. And she never even mentioned such a thing that you could potentially have royal family papers sent your way. But then you had no idea that she apparently had married in her past an elector count, making her a royal also.
Well-
Yeah, that was not
Well,
part of the story you were told.
How old does this talkative woman look?
She's
She's got white hair.
she's
but
not
she-
as old as Maven.
Yeah,
So
but white hair,
yeah,
but she doesn't look old.
no.
You know, she probably doesn't put it about that she's a great grandmother, or if she is, because that would be awkward.
But she's doesn't seem too old. Like Maven is old. Talked to her, no, older than my mother. But
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is, remember that one we met in the woods?
Mhm.
The old lady. I mean, she was hundreds of years old. So if your grandmother was married into a family, a noble, she'd have to be dead.
That seems fair.
maybe that's why she lives in the woods.
Otherwise, too many questions would be asked.
Humans don't live that long. I mean, amongst your family, I mean, you grew up in a world where there was a lot of old people.
Well, he had a conversation with
The Druids, indeed.
that old lady,
Mhm.
knowing.
You know, and when humans do live that long, the other humans get very jealous. I know, because humans say that to me all the time.
You are
You're
obviously
supposed to
now a
be
human.
No, but not underground.
You never know who's listening.
I'm sure.
Trying to sleep, says the slave.
This was just a two people conversation.
Oh no, it's just happened.
Thank you for your input,
Yeah.
everybody.
You're just very loud. You know, very
Now you know who
No,
family
it,
line is. I'm
it
going
will
to
if we decide that this will help.
No, it's a good idea. Absolutely. I mean, if that does happen, and then you are that sort of person, then
It's a fascinating potential. Beyond the immediate, what the fuck? How could you be a royal? The idea that you potentially have a royal in your little circle is
And what are we? Chopped liver?
you are foreigners.
Foreigners.
Noble.
you don't.
Royal. Royal is a completely different kettle of fish to a noble. He's a noble. She's a noble, apparently. You are imperial royalty from another country, which puts you below nobility in the empire, as far as most of the empire is concerned. Oh, yes, they'll recognize it, and you'll come in, oh, we're imperial, whatever. Yeah, but the empire really doesn't give that much stock. They do give that stock, though, because that's pure blood, from their perspective. Within 3 generations of an elector count.
That lad at the Shining Rock probably also means he owes me an apology.
Yes.
Does.
That is the biggest
I
theory.
love that.
As Elric goes,
I was right.
Undercover royal.
You need to write to him.
You do.
I'll help.
I-
I'm skilled at these kind
I
of
remember
letters.
his name.
Yeah, no, I do too, and I'm good at these kind of letters.
Dave.
It-
Something.
It was. Is it the first line in your book of grudges?
No, I just have a grimoire. I know Dara.
I'd like to get my patent in nobility so people will stop referring to me as a noble. Apparently,
Well, could we, if my uncle can give me mine as he's a noble in Talapine, does it mean that Boris could give you yours?
I hope so.
no,
'cause-
head of her family, Helstein.
Hellstein.
And the Hellsteins hate me, so that's going to go well. And they acknowledged me under pressure. So.
Nevertheless, they have to provide it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Assuming there's many of them left after that.
One of the great joys of nobility is that they often hate each other. Often. And it's written directly into imperial law that it has to be provided once.
Mm.
Now, past that, if you lose it, or if it gets stolen or whatever, that's on you. But that first time it has to be provided. They have yet to provide it, of course. But then the family went through some troubles.
Yes. Exactly. And then a building fell on them. It was awkward.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Geralt,
The night-
make a note.
Presumably passes without incident. Again, D10. This time from Kath.
Mm-hmm.
I got my bells.
Just don't roll an 8.
No, you've done it. Don't roll an 7.
Superb. There is some sounds in the night, enough to make you alert, but there's nothing out there. And again, it's reached the point where you're not even sure if it is necessarily the night. It's the time when we're resting. Time doesn't mean the same once we go underground. It certainly doesn't mean anything at all to your little pal, Terrence. Terrence, if he's told to go to sleep, just passes out. Unless you're too noisy.
You see now where Birdie learned how to sleep anywhere.
Now, it's very possible, again, we're going to be incident-free the next day. And it's possible we won't be too. I would like to have 2 D10 rolls, one from yourself, Dan, and one from you.
not that one.
I rolled a 9.
7.
Good. It's a long day. A long waking part. We stop for a break at about 2 or 3 hours after first getting up, approximately. You're not sure how long you've been. You find yourself sitting on ledges, chewing a little bit on some rather hard biscuits that will keep for quite some time, and some old cured meat. The remainder of the walk just takes you down deeper, across a crevice at one point, which has a rope bridge across it that you have to very carefully negotiate. And as long as none of you fail a 96 to 00 test, it's not even an easy test. It's almost impossible to fail.
Credited.
Nicely done. So yeah, you're off over there easy.
94.
You made almost falls, but doesn't. If you have anyone with you, which you do, Sakinski counts as along with you, and yourself. Roll for them also.
All good.
Okay, as
91 for
we
Geralt.
All
He's not
good.
reach.
right.
Yeah, 91.
I said all good.
I got 91.
Oh, good. Woo. We're across to the other side of the rope bridge. It's relatively well made. As nearing the point when you're thinking maybe we should be stopping, but we want to press on. How long can he stay alive under here without support? Does he have any food? We have to press on. Where is he? You know you're going in loosely the right direction for where he should be. The concern is beginning to rise. We get our first true signs that you're moving through Skaven territory. And both you and Terrence pick this up. You pick it up because you see the signs and you can begin to smell the rats have been by here. He picks it up because he recognizes where he is. Says, "This is the road to Firespite, yes? Yes, the road to Firespite. Just this way, we go different way. Don't go to Firespite. Firesight is bad. Master." Yes, Master. Do not go to Firespite.
Father. That's close enough. Father.
Very good, Master.
Father.
Master. And you do have a choice. And it's a choice because all roads reach to the same end. And the choice is heading to Firespite down what is a very obvious, open, heavily broad passageway, or heading off into caverns and down deep into other places. You have no idea which is better because they both go to the same place in the end, but you do know that Firespite is potentially a bad place to be.
Yeah. I mean, my gut is probably not Firespite. I could do an augury.
Yes.
Sounds good.
I would also say big, wide, lovely open tunnels are open to skitter trains and similar, so we might see a lot of traffic coming this way.
Although there's been almost nothing.
So
Clearly, something is going down which has pulled anyone away from outlying border fortresses, whatever. You saw one group hiking it out towards the north. Whether it continues to go north, you didn't follow that passageway. It could go down for all you know. But there's definitely something going on.
augury's probably for the best.
Yeah. I shall attempt an augury.
Enough that a slave escaped.
Yeah, it's interesting. Why were they pursuing you so hard, Terrence?
Says, because I escaped.
Yeah.
He shrugs.
Are they usually that excitable about this?
Oh, they'll hunt them down for sport and fun. Sometimes they'll go in great numbers as well. They want to basically put on a show of any slave that tries to escape will be eviscerated, cut up in front of everyone, eaten alive by rats, that kind of idea. Nobody gets
Or as we call it, Tuesday.
Valentine.
Tuesday.
Ho-ho-ho! How did you do?
I passed with like loads of successes, like 12 successes, but not a crit.
So it's a lot of successes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it's pretty much the best that I could. Yeah.
Bad. Great.
Either choice is bad.
Is one in a bigger font than the other?
Yeah. Which one's badderer?
Which one's in caps? Yeah.
Now, as you sit there, looking down at your bones and attempting to interpret them, and you look up, or at least raise your head, feel what's in front of you, go down. This way leads to uncertainty. This way leads to potential benefits. This way leads to danger, but also leads to places to hide.
And which of those was which?
That's fire spite. That was down into the tunnels.
So danger at places to hide down in the tunnels, uncertainty but opportunity.
Potential benefit.
But equally, you know you're heading towards fire spite.
But there might be other branches off of it. Instead of it's not like fire spite directly at the other side of that.
I know.
Maybe.
The advantage of obviously going directly towards the city is you're more likely to come in contact with these claw individuals. No, fang individuals.
Yeah,
which obviously we need.
Yes,
but
Master, he is right, but he does not need to be right.
If we were to go through the
No,
caverns,
I do.
if we were to go through the caverns, we're less likely to encounter these fangs, but we're also less likely to encounter the others.
Yes.
So what are we likely to encounter down there? What is the danger down there?
Says, monsters. He says,
What kind of monsters?
big ones that eat you.
You've got little monsters.
I'm not even going to ask for a lower monster roll for that. I think that description is too generic.
Would the terrain itself lend?
That's a good point. Would lower monsters give me any idea what kind of monsters you might encounter?
It could be a whole host of different things, ranging from trolls to squigs to
It's unlikely to be
ogres that
dragons.
somehow made their way down there. It could be almost anything.
Probably not dragons.
I mean, it could be, but it seems unlikely.
That deep down, probably not.
Yeah.
Could be squigs.
Plus they were like quite small.
Yeah.
Cabins.
Yeah, that was.
I mean,
Oh,
that's her choice.
I'd like to go to Fire Spike.
No.
No, the way to Fire Spike.
What if we go that way, see if we meet any fangs on the way? If we don't, we skirt around it because we're not gonna make it through.
Well, which do we think will be quicker?
I don't know which. Does he have any? Could he attempt like a navigation roll for which way quicker?
No, it's quite beyond him. Yeah. He doesn't know. There would be the presumption that the core tunnel would be quicker, and the other one's going wending through tunnels. But it's a presumption. He's not entirely certain.
Plus the wending tunnels might get us lost.
We just know that they probably don't have much time.
And if there are monsters in those tunnels, if they're trying to find a way out, they may run into them. So the sooner we get there, the better. I mean, I don't like it.
I don't have a clear sign of which one to take. Each one has danger. Each one has.
I say fire pit. It's more likely that we see these yellow fangs. But
we
also,
have the plan. We're going to find the fangs, impersonate the fangs.
Master.
remember, Lucas is resourceful, and he's also with Sigfader, who's, if anything, more resourceful.
And
And meat pie, who'll have them
And if
well
he's
looked
got
after.
this helm,
No, Leopold said that Lucas is caring for Sigfader because he's in a terrible state, so we can count Sigfader out.
I wasn't listening.
But you're right. The helm might be the thing that's keeping him safe.
Potentially.
Well, They also stole it, but it wasn't being worn.
I just think whatever way you think will get us there quicker, we should take the risk.
I didn't get clear sense, but probably that way.
Then let's go that way. Then.
But that's not because of any divine sense. That's because it's a clearer path.
It's also, we know what we're dealing with this way.
And if in the meantime we can destroy some things that might like attack the dwarf, that might be nice.
Oh, that's good.
Wouldn't hurt. Well, actually, might. But
Interesting you should say that.
Pulling together.
It's about half an hour later, give or take however many beats of a heart you think it requires, that you encounter your first real idea of what you're walking down. It's an old dwarf road. It's straight, it's consistent. At no point does it ever hit craggy bits where you have to clamber down a rope or set anything up. And at about the half-hour mark, you get your first very old, very worn statue. But it's not a statue so much as something that's been carved out of the rock at the side. And it's properly worn by what you presume is water that has been dripping down on it since ages past. And it's clearly originally dwarf. It once had runes along its side and a crisscrossy pattern, but that's just worn into very loose, bubbly textures, but clearly dwarf, as the Slade shies away from that.
Out of interest to Leopold's senses, is it just like normal, or does he get any sense of the history of it?
Nope,
Or-
not at all. Just stone.
Is this like the ones in Middenheim that like do stuff with magic? Like keep, was it like ward from magic or like
yeah, it's a
stop
road
it from...
suppressed heat, I think, or something like that.
You are unaware of it being anything other than just a bit of stone that you're passing.
If there was runes, they're maybe destroyed or defaced.
Can I have a crack at reading them?
No.
No,
There's
it's
nothing
that-
to
it's
read.
that worn
It's
down.
that eroded by time. It has been properly lost, whatever may once have been there. About another half hour later, we pass another clear dwarven remnant. The road is not an easy road. It's not obviously, this was dwarf made. It's almost an assumption that you've made by its straightness, its evenness, but it's worn completely. Water has been bursting through cracks, breaking up the perfection of what once may have been there. And there's no sign that at any point along its length that there's dwarfiness to it until we hit
So
this.
like Roman roads in the UK.
Kinda, yeah. Until we hit this. A recess, and in the recess, which is daubed with very old, very hard, very not smelly shit. And has lots of claw marks through it. It's not Skaven. That's Greenskin.
Oh.
And they have piled up their dung at some point in the past on top of and around a dwarven statue. The statue itself, because of the recess it's in and the fact that it's out with the main corridor, is almost entirely erosion-free, but it is covered in old, dry cack.
Dara had never explained how the hold was lost, right?
I don't think she ever told us that
No.
story.
And then when we met,
Can I attempt to lure dwarfs to know how that hold was lost?
because when we met them, they just always said it was lost. They
Yes,
never said
yeah.
particular.
Past, I think I've only got either 10 or 20 advances.
Okay, so number of successes?
Lord dwarfs, I've got 10, so 1 success.
Okay, so you are aware of no holes in the Middle Mountains. And that in and of itself is interesting.
Particularly because I got my lore dwarfs in midnight.
Yeah, and they have no holes.
Yeah.
You are aware there were dwarves living in the Middle Mountains, but no holes.
So that maybe system was lost a very long time ago.
But that was
Possibly,
always my
yes.
impression of
Yeah.
it. They were aware of it, but every time they tried to take it back, they
Possibly
didn't
as
tell us.
far away back as maybe even the War of Vengeance itself against the elves.
I mean, I've also got, in
Thousands of
case it's any
years.
help, history, empire, and ancient empire.
Yeah. That's pretty much what you get.
Yeah.
It's more of an absence of
Yeah,
war.
somewhere in that dark ages,
Yeah.
something must have happened.
Something occurred here. And the fact that this entire... interestingly, This road has been going this direction for some time, but kind of downwards. You reckon at some point this entire thing was flooded with water. That's why there's no details. It was flooded with water. That's why you can't see any of what would normally be. The road itself would normally be very tightly marked, its entire length. This was probably flooded at some point and water was going through it.
Potentially that was how it was lost. Like,
Possibly, yeah. But it's no longer the case, obviously. The erosion that has occurred has apparently missed this statue, which suggests this statue came after. The other statue you saw was off at the edge and it sluiced it past, so came before.
Is there any...
Can we clean this off, just in case there's any clues in there?
Does Ellen know? I think she does know this one fact because I think she heard it from Joros, which is when they fought the elves and the dwarves, like the mountains they attacked them and the mountains cracked, right? That was part of how the war ended, maybe? So you would think that could potentially, if there'd been an earthquake, it would have been flooded then.
Yeah.
And then the dwarves came back later.
Very
and
possibly.
rebuilt it. But did these two know that Dara's queen was missing?
No.
Did they know that? No.
No.
She never told us she was of that line.
Yes.
Just that they had a stronghold.
How hard is it? I have a pickaxe.
Yeah, I mean, how easy is it to clean it off?
It's pretty caked on, but if you've got anything metal, it's easy to chip it off. It's old dung. So it's not particularly hard to remove. It takes a bit of time.
Might be quite useful to just crack it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone with any sort of artisan skills will get to use the full skill in it rather than just doing a neat dexterity test. And it's got enough space for two to work on it with these. If two would like to step forward and do it.
What about using trade?
Yep, exactly that.
I think.
Have I got advantage?
Uh-huh.
I still fail. Just thought I'd ask anyway.
I think towards the end of the War of Vengeance,
So I just hit it with my hammers.
that Heish flooded the dwarven holds and rushed through the mountains. I don't know if it was the elves or another unrelated natural disaster, but it caused great earthquakes. That's what Heish does.
Could it be anything? Was there not something about the tower and how it was elf and then it was dwarf, and could that be connected?
Well, what you must remember, or maybe you don't know, before the War of Vengeance, elves and dwarves could conceivably and did live alongside each other.
So but perhaps that, I mean, is it possible, and maybe I'll get a navigation roll for this, but like loosely, would this road align with Brass Keep? Would this have been a road that might have gone to Brass Keep, but maybe now doesn't? But
Really difficult to tell. Yeah.
but we've been walking in a straight line for
If you
quite a long
were,
direction.
but before that, you were all over the place, up and down,
But
down
remember,
crevices, up bits.
he's got the constant, because of his orientation tower,
Yeah.
he's got the constant point of reference.
But it doesn't mean that you'd
Oh,
have
you
a
do
reference
navigation
for
test,
Brass
actually.
Keep.
You've argued that one, I think.
Just a bit, like, not a direct, but just a vague sense.
Can I assist
Yep.
with the navigation?
Not really. It's an inside his head thing. There's not something to help.
Fucking
Yeah.
hell. I was about to ask you have advantage. Doesn't matter. 7 successes.
But I could assist because I've also got orientation that
8
tells me where the
successes.
flame of Azurin is, and we've triangulated where
Yeah,
my
but again,
flame
it's
is
kind
and
of
where
in his head.
Middenheim is.
As in, he's doing a judgment call himself.
Yeah, but if he says that's the way Middenheim is,
And then you fail
And
your
I
test,
say-
and you would,
Yeah,
for
fair.
example, say the opposite.
Yeah.
So
and
this
he's
is
very
from
good.
his
He got,
perspective.
he got 8 successes.
Yeah, quite. So that possibly, yes,
Yeah,
seems
maybe.
fair. It's a definite strong maybe.
Liverpool, the humans
As
right now.
we break through, and it's a dwarf head, like a bust, on a rougher plinth, with what appears to be, as you're chipping away and taking small pieces away, dwarf runes underneath it. Who's got the language?
Oh, we
As
got
do I.
told what Carrick's Scoop would the symbol would look like.
Indeed, yeah, there's none of that there. Okay,
So this way to carry.
how many advances each?
6 successes.
I've got 10 advances.
How many advances you got?
10,
once again.
101.
Yeah.
So, I passed.
And did you pass too?
I did, yes.
Yeah, cool. Between the pair of you, as you have a small discussion as to exactly what each one of the runes means, because the runes that are being used here are old. The terminology is old. The But the runes themselves are presumably relatively recent because it's dated at the bottom. And by your judgment, you reckon maybe 200 years ago,
Well,
approximately. And it marks the point where Queen Heliga faced off against an innumerable horde and had to retreat. This was the furthest point they reached. Apparently, they had enough time to do a carving and mark it down when they were fighting. And do a whole bust.
they're very good craftsmen.
Yeah, quite.
Very, very good.
Apparently, they had all the time to do it, to clear out that entire space. Maybe there just happened to be something for them to carve on. The orcs have, however, been since then and left their own treats behind. Definitely green skin markings, definitely a pile, because it was given a very, very crude effigy of an orc's face. Made of poo.
Subtle.
Yeah, subtle, yeah.
And does the dwarf look like a woman?
Actually, upon looking at it, you could argue that the shaping of it was meant to be braids rather than beard. So the argument could be made. Definitely yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly how they often portrayed their queen.
Particularly like Leopold will be like in the Lionel Richie Hello video. Like
Smearing more poo! Is it me you're looking for?
You're going to wash your hands after that, though.
It's all dry. It's all dry.
Still shit.
That's a jar.
Got the jar of piss.
Do we know who Heliga was?
I mean, does he know who Heliga was?
Pardon?
Or do you know Lord Dwarfs?
Lord
Or
Dwarfs.
History? Or Empire? Or any of them?
Is
A pass.
Pass. Heliga is a very common name, regnal name of the Gazani clan. It is said that if there's no Queen Heliga alive, that the clan would fall. That being the case, it's very possible that Dara's real name is Heliga.
Yeah.
Because there was no other Heliga that we
No.
met.
Yeah.
That explains why they went so nuts when she
Ran away.
ran away.
She's so
Yeah.
important to them.
Hmm.
We can ask her next time we see her.
Ev.
When?
Ev. So, that being the case, we're moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's quite likely there'll be nothing between you and the next
I
section.
don't like this.
This time, since you don't like it, you can roll. And why don't you roll with Sage? Both roll 1d10.
I rolled last time.
I am
jerk.
As long
Seven.
Six.
Boo, I was looking for 8s. That being the case, it's a relatively easy going along this road that goes progressively steeper down, then flattens, then steeper down again, but is consistent in that direction, continuing your theory that very possibly this place, your theory was right. Water. As you reach down and water. A lot of water.
Let me do some maths.
And it goes over to
Get Gerber too.
it goes over to the top of the cavern ceiling in there. As it eventually goes down. It's a long way. It's almost 100 paces though before it reaches the point of everything being underwater. And this place is at least 3 times your height. Yep, 3
So
times
it's a
your
dead
height.
end.
Well, it's
It's
not.
a dead end if you can't swim,
Or if you can't
breathe.
breathe underwater. Sigma has prepared me for this moment.
What about the rest of us?
I can invoke the blessing to infect others also.
Could be multiple trips.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yes.
Who would like to scout first?
I have a decent swim skill because of the whole boat.
But you're also in armor, so unless you're taking that off,
Squire?
That might actually be useful if you
might actually
walk
be able to just
yeah.
walk through it.
Yeah.
If you can breathe.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Swim's an advanced skill, or we change it back
It
to
is
basic.
indeed an advanced skill.
You know, I can't swim.
Yeah. You don't know how to swim.
So I have 10
You'll be relying upon breathing water through Sigmar's blessings.
We were all gonna learn, weren't we, on the barge, and then none of us did.
I'm Alaman, I can swim.
I have a 72 in swim, so
I mean, I'm a
but only
shit.
one.
I mean,
only 10
if it was just a
above.
base skill, I'm pretty good. But
And just remind me, because it's been so long since we've done it. Blessings are okay with you. It's just the augury related stuff that's not.
Correct.
Yeah.
You can't read her with any fate-based
Cool.
magics or blessings.
Well, come unto me, my children, and let me lay Sigmar's blessing upon you.
Okay.
Tempt me a
So who's going to go first?
I don't know.
This pair, I think, is an initial.
Together.
Sounds
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I'm just going to hang on to the.
As he
honor.
prays to Sigmar.
just taking
Yeah.
it off, surely.
Fucking
Nothing
hundreds
like
of successes.
walking.
So
Hundreds of
affecting
successes.
not hundreds of successes. That's a damn dirty lie. But 10 successes, I think. 10 successes. So that means if I can find my thing. I mean, it lasts for a scene anyway. One overcasting is to affect 2 of them, so it'll do them for like 3 scenes each.
Perfect.
4 scenes each.
So down you go.
Does spite light work underwater?
Yes, it does.
That was my question.
Okay,
I'll probably be able to see, all right.
Yeah, except the water itself is relatively dirty. You as you go down, and you see them going in, and the little globe she's got with the spinning bright red spite in it
Take a rope.
spins round
Well, I can probably just continually see that.
Yeah.
No matter what.
as it drips down underneath the water and gives a red glow to all the water down there.
I'll
As you head down into
Not
this
it.
red arc
Yeah, we'll
of
take-
light, as the 3 of them drop down until eventually they're under.
Here's an interesting
The
thing.
water.
It'll also favor him. So obviously, in terms of birdies, like Heish glow looks like
Yes.
holiness to me, and Heish to him. Does that come through the water to our senses?
No.
No.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, because we'll take a
doesn't
rope so we
interact
can,
with
if
the-
it's not too long a water, we can
Pardon?
take it through.
As down you go, and it quickly falls into almost pitch black down there. Doesn't make any difference to this boy over here, okay? But he's almost blinded by his inability to hear properly. It all goes wrong. You need help to get through this. For your far more normal human vision, it is almost nothing more than this dull reddish glow that's coming from her spinning spite inside its glass globe that you can just about make out when it's this far from your face. Beyond that, it just disappears into the murk.
I'm assuming it's linked, hold on to each other.
I think that
Yeah.
you've got rope
Well,
as
if you
well,
have
which means
rope,
that even
yeah.
if it goes wrong,
Yeah.
so you can rope yourself up
Yeah.
and then go down.
So my advice is, if we're looking for a tunnel that perhaps branches off, to go down one side so we can feel when it branches.
Waterfall.
But at least there'll be 2.
Sadly, the
to
water it doesn't have a giant fall, or presumably the whole
You'd
water.
feel
I mean,
the
I
view.
guess
we
what
feel
we're
the
hoping
current.
for is that the road goes down and then back up again.
Yes.
And
Well,
it's just
let's
in a
find out if it does.
Yes.
Your sight, Elven Vision, you can see almost 10 paces with the ruddy glow.
luxury.
You can see the murk of the filthy water down here is not good, and occasionally something swims through. The taste of it is belly achingly awful, and that's an opportunity for us all to do our endurance tests.
Is it disease?
It is indeed disease.
I've got resist disease. Can
That-
I ignore it?
You
like,
can ignore your
oh,
first one if you
yeah,
have resist
resist
disease. You
disease
don't
as
even need to
well.
roll.
I don't have resistance bypassed.
Good stuff. As you push your way through this murk, and the question is, from your perspective, is there any length of time you're going to give up? As in, you're pushing through. How long do you go before you eventually go, yeah, we're getting nowhere. We're just
So
going down and
Alan
down and down.
can hold her breath for like quite a long time.
Yes, but you're breathing.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But she wants to count the amount of time she thinks she could hold her breath backwards, which is like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
It's not that long.
Do you think?
Yes.
It's
like 2 hours.
I mean, I sat in a room once and didn't eat for like
That was
years.
different.
Yeah.
Maybe if you didn't have to move, it would be different.
Your skin wasn't blocked.
I mean, Leopold has a sense of how long, because he does these blessings all the time, of how long they endure.
He's uncertain, but in terms of you going longer than, say, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, half an hour, 10 years, what is your loose cutoff point?
Half an hour?
Well, there's.
I was going to be like, count to 200.
Yeah. Well, my point is, if we can't go for the length of time the average person can hold their breath.
I'm just going to, like, Leopold is a zealot, right?
I know.
He believes that Sigmar, like, since he got these prayers, he's like, why have I got the blessing of breath? It makes no sense. As far as he's concerned, he has the blessing of breath because he was destined to be here at this moment to use the
No,
blessing
I
of breath
get that.
to say that.
But the logistics of it is
what I'm
like,
saying
you're
is-
going to have to go back and bless the others.
What I'm saying is, I am not a reliable person to because do
Okay.
not
I'll
see
be right.
logic from this. I am not the grown up in this scenario anymore.
My wife is counting to 100.
Counting to 100.
Yes.
Okay, at what pace? At what pace?
1,
Lower, lower.
2,
Okay, so we're talking like about 3 minutes.
4. Yeah.
Okay. There's a problem. You are heavy, you are heavy, you are not.
Yeah, I figured I could go in the middle.
Okay,
of
you're
them.
already drifting
I
up.
figured he's got a
We can hold on
breastplate.
to
She's got armor. I go in the middle of them
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we kind of move along.
It causes you to move much more slowly than you would prefer. They're moving at a sort of slosh rate. You are tied to them, and it
Yeah, I feel like I
restricts
could
your
just swim
movement.
ahead.
And but you can't. You're tied to them, which makes it tougher. And when you reach approximately 100, you're still underwater, but you are on an incline.
Cool. Keep on going then.
Yeah.
Inclining up.
Sigmar's with us.
20 steps later, you break the surface on the other side, and the red light arcs out above you in a tunnel. Much like the other, but this one,
Hopefully not with lots of enemies looking
Yeah,
at us.
keep on going now.
this one is straight-edged, at a beveled angle, and straight across the top.
Ooh.
And you can see pillars moving, picked out in the darkness, into the darkness. Each one of them has a simple rune of Carrick Scooch.
Do you think the immeasurable horde was actually an old way of saying flood?
Of water.
Yeah.
Might have mistranslated it.
Yeah, it's
Because
entirely
it
possible.
is immeasurable. It's
Yeah.
water. It's like,
Yeah.
how do you
Yeah,
measure
you might have
water?
How
mistranslated
did
that.
she have faced off against it?
Well, she probably waded in, held her breath, and then came back.
It's lost.
There's no going
Oh,
through!
I mean,
Maybe this
water doesn't leave poop though, so.
Yeah.
They're green
Not
skin
all,
folk.
But that could have been a long time after.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Well,
No, but I mean, it's the water was there. They hit this water, and they had to.
Oh, maybe.
And
Rainbow.
no obvious signs of any particular infiltration. You, though, you know that that's nowhere near long enough to stop Skaven. Skaven could drop down in there, swim through, come up the other
Yeah.
side with ease.
Yeah. So,
They
so
can
they-
hold. Some
yeah.
Skaven can hold their breath for in excess of 20 minutes. They are designed for underground sewer work and cavern work. This is their place. And slaves would almost certainly, if it was a tunnel like this, they'd just be sent down. Do they come back? Yes, great. We can get down there. If they don't, send more, just to make sure, and more, and more.
Yeah.
Until eventually they find out how far it goes. And they will rope them
or you
all
get
up.
a slave rebellion on the other side. But yeah.
That wouldn't be the first time there's a slave rebellion amongst the Skaven, let's be
If
honest.
we tied all our ropes together, would we have enough to go along
You
the
think
whole...
that's probably the case.
Yeah,
You
and
could
then
probably.
we pull
And then
people
what we can
through.
do is
I'll
they
wait
can pull
here.
themselves along. I counted to 100. I think if they were pulling themselves along a rope, it might be
Far faster.
40. And you could hold your breath for 40.
Well, I
What we
can
could
cast them
do.
also.
Yeah, but then if you bless them, we all have to go back.
No, we
What?
can just stay this end, can't you?
well,
he's-
can he walk on his own?
Could he
That's
walk
the
on his
thing.
own?
Was it a straight
Yeah.
line?
Yeah, it's a
There,
straight
there
line.
weren't any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my
But like,
suggestion.
Okay.
This is his moment.
Tie him
Well, I
to
mean,
a rope, but he's not
like,
here.
there weren't any. Right? It's a straight line, isn't
What do
it?
you think, Bertie?
My suggestion is that you tie off another rope and we make a loop, and then we can pull the loop, and as it feeds back,
Yeah.
we can just keep feeding it along. I'll stay here.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
anchor
like
us on
roughly
the
what
side.
distance are we talking? Like,
You're uncertain. You lost all sense of direction when you were down there. It was surprisingly awful because you've grown so used to being able to sense your surroundings. To have it removed so extraordinarily so.
Of late,
But-
he's lost it quite a lot.
Well, fair.
Yeah.
But you had Sigmar in your heart the entire way, and Sigmar allowed you to breathe your way through this and come out on the other side reborn.
Birdie leans into Alameth. He's going to be insufferable from now on.
Just got a beatific smile on his face.
So I've got quite a lot of room. So
I've got 40 yards.
Yeah, so we can tie it. You can hold it, pull it back through.
All right.
We'll keep it at this end.
I think
and
we've
then
got a
you
pretty
can
simple
listen.
plan, and
Yeah.
assuming that you don't fumble a navigation test, and it's only on a fumble.
We're all good.
Good.
Walks into the
Okay.
wall.
You will rise out the
No,
other
10
side of the
successes,
water
if it matters.
as if you are a living saint yourself. Stride as he walks out the other side without the other two.
He's killed him.
And a creepy smile on his face.
Yeah.
Sakinski looks pretty much terrified by what this potentially represents. Emmanuel, by comparison, is entirely with anything that you suggest and is obviously deeply admiring of the figure that comes out. Leaving, of course, Geralt, who's like, bloody hell. That's his summation of that. Bloody hell. Are we going through that?
Pull it together, man.
You're not
You're
there.
I know. I was thinking it though.
Pull it together, man. It's not that far.
How far is it?
I mean,
I'm sure Almanamite told you.
well, I'm
I
pulling
said
the
I
rope.
counted to 100.
Aluminum, I counted to 100
And a bit.
and a bit.
As Sakinski goes, aye, how fast? Do elves count super fast? I'm hoping they do.
No, but it'll
Well,
be
it's always not her
but,
fucking heart rate.
but it'll be faster now because you can follow this rope. Which we
I can't
didn't have.
swim.
You don't need to.
Just
you need
hold
to
on.
walk. You got armor on?
Aye.
That's an advantage. We were moving faster than Elementalite was.
I've always been told wearing armor in water is bad.
Yeah, but walking Sigmar's grace, my son.
Like you said, insufferable.
Fuck. Okay.
Amazing.
Blessing of breath.
That's your breath.
Wait, are you doing
Well,
all of
I'm-
us? All of us?
It
Like-
depends on how well he
attempt to-
does
you
it,
can
right?
attempt
I can
to do it
attempt
all.
to
Yeah,
do
totally.
as many. If I feel
You,
the
do,
whole.
you don't know. You will just say, I will bless this many. And you, and if some fail, they fail.
Well, I always get a minimum. Yeah, let's do 2 at a time, and then I can't. Like, I'll either
Sounds
totally fail because I get +2 because my biting faith. So I'll always, even if I roll 0-1,
Yeah.
I'll get 2 people. So 2 at a time. That's what we. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it safe. 2 at a time. Plus that makes sense because I think he feels like it's almost like a baptism. He
One
wants
of
to
each
leave
hand,
and
love
each
it.
one, and then, yeah.
One with each hand.
Can Elric still
So-
sense Birdie?
No, there's too
It's
much
too
of
far.
other stuff in the way.
So
Relax.
how many am I going to need to roll? And then I'll. do you want us to pair them
Well,
up? Who
there's
I'm doing?
2, 4, 6.
6.
So that's 3
Three.
rolls.
Okay, so first one is August. Second one is a critical.
Ooh.
Sigmar's with you, my son.
It is. For a total of 16 successes.
So, that's good. And the last one?
And the last one
Everyone in Carrie's good if you now breathe underwater.
is also a good pass.
I've actually developed
And
fins.
no, I'm
Gills, I should
slightly
say.
worried that I might get a badly timed Wrath of the Gods
Yeah.
right now.
It would have been lovely.
But no.
So I have a question for those of you who are about to attempt to enter this horrible water. Beyond the endurance test that you're about to make for going through said horrible water. Oh, second endurance test for yourself because you went back through it.
Does he get like advantage on this just because he has done this himself and knows he can just keep his mouth shut and cover his nose and he's fine?
No.
No.
Because, the infection
thought-
is not simply by getting into
I
your
thought that
mouth.
might give a slight advantage.
Yeah,
Because
no,
of-
it's not going to provide advantage.
Yep,
in
we're all
this case. Good, and then back for the third time.
All good.
Okay, so everyone do their endurance test first. And if you've got a pal with you, oh wow.
Will I roll for manual?
I was just
Yeah.
rolling for
Oh, good.
the slave. Yeah, so roll for your individual peeps.
Are we good?
What do we-
No.
You do not get advantage.
Right, I will reroll.
I'm assuming 36 is a pass for
Yes.
Emmanuel, son of a
Yes.
shit.
2 successes for Geralt. I
Yeah,
don't have
perfect.
his
That's all that's
catch.
required. Success will do.
I
Nope.
got one.
Yep, good.
Is that okay?
Yep, good. Okay, so that's fine. Now the question for everyone else is, are you going to try and hold your breath throughout the entirety of this, or are you going to let this blessing sink in and you'll just trust it?
Elric's going to trust it because he sees the blessing for the first time, I think.
I like that. That's a good story.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Okay, as he feels it settling into his chest with a swirl of almost. It's not right to call it white. It's brilliant.
Mm. So he's brilliant.
Don't tell Ruffle that.
So great. You passed through. How about you two?
I'm a cleric.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you. I mean, are
But
you?
like, I believe in my own blessings. It would be, I don't know.
Yeah,
hypocritical
sure. You want to
not
breathe that
do it.
dirty water? Yeah, sure. How about yourself?
Do you want me to do a leadership test to see how convincing I am as I'm doing the blessing? Or?
Sure, if you wish.
I don't. It's not about.
Your breath.
I agree that Sigmar can cast her in and all that. That's fine. So yeah, I'll just walk.
7 successes.
Yes, I can see he's not doing that. He's going to try and hold his breath. He's having none of it. Yeah. And does. He just comes. He would have done it himself. And then, unlike everyone else, who's a little bit hurt. He's like, "What? What? What? Fuck!"
It's like me after I swim one length on a pool.
He says, "I was fucking underwater."
Yeah, but
And then I was fucking underwater as he goes much quieter as he realizes that perhaps, as he lifts up and there's just a bit of sludge hanging off him. Oh,
That's why he held his breath. Good choice.
this place on this side, for all it is quite clearly still carved, it is also a place where living things have been, much more than the other side, which is itself vaguely interesting. There is obvious spoor of rat, but not an enormous amount of it. It's just clattered around on the floor, little bits of poop here or there, and a lot of it's quite old. But the other side was clear, suggesting it's been sluiced free at some point.
I mean, it might also be, we were saying that water wouldn't stop the scaving, but if we know that this is was it fire spite is this way, maybe it's more the fact that they have a more direct route. So
potentially.
they'd be coming this way, and there'd be no point in them going under the water the way we can, because they have another.
They go a
easier way
different
from them.
direction. Yeah, absolutely.
Why
Seems fair.
Because I think if this was a major thoroughfare, they'd have done something about this.
Just conscious that you all have metal armor that's all soaking wet.
Yeah.
That will rust.
So, book.
I have a squire for that.
Well,
Sorry.
He oils
Grimoire is fine. It's made of parchment that is specifically designed to be waterproof.
well, here's what we were going to ask: the bags that we have,
Don't remind him. Just don't remind
would
him.
they not be like
No.
waxed?
They're not going to be waterproof.
I mean,
Well, we had that
I
part.
would say
Yeah.
those of us who had books for a while, when we went up the river, we specifically sourced waterproof wrappings for our prayer books.
Yes, you did.
Yep, you did.
I remember
You said
that,
that.
yeah.
I remember. Yep, I'll let that one
Because
go.
I was worried I would fall in
Okay.
the water.
So on that, roll a d10 for each one, and it's only on an 8 that we get spoiling.
On the ones with
Yeah.
Oh,
I will re-roll that one.
You can't re-roll it,
Damn it.
but
Well,
you could take a corruption point
no,
to
I'm
re-roll
okay.
it.
Thank you.
Really? Oh no! What's Renald going to think?
Well,
His special little prayer book's been ruined.
do you have your
If
prayer
Ronald
books?
If Ronald cared, he should have let her fortune point. Let her re-roll.
I have 2, and the more basic one got wetted.
Corruption.
Yeah, thank you.
Do yourself a D100 test, please. A pre-test.
Yay.
No, but no.
Which is your 10?
That's my 10. Oh, I guess they're both.
Yeah.
That's my 10. Which I might regret. No, it's fine. 7 successes. Plus 2, so 9.
Nice.
I don't know
Wicked.
what it is.
Right, so we're on the other side.
My bad.
Well, can Elric just attempt to channel and
Yep, he
radiate
can.
heat to dry everyone?
Channel
As much
on
as
because it's
possible.
frickin' freezing.
Nah.
Yeah,
Success. Yeah, it's 8 successes.
sweet. It's going to take a total of 20 to dry everyone. So you've
Cool.
got 8 so far.
So he gets.
Gives
His
you a little bit
braziers
of
are lit and he's holding his staff. He gets like +9 for every channel, or +8. Cool. Second one is another 17 successes.
Super. As the heat blazes out of him, and you can see the steam rising from you. It leaves your clothes relatively dirty because you've just gone through pretty mucky water.
Struggling to make sure there's no
but,
pockets left inside.
Yeah, it's very much like a hot hand dryer where you can just dry yourself up quickly.
Yeah.
Except it's just more consistent in terms of the heat. Nice.
Thank
As
you.
Sakinski just nods at that one. Nice.
It's like the heat rooms at Alton Towers in case it rains.
I have never been in a
Yeah,
heat
you
room.
have. We went in them.
I went in one of those.
Are you talking about a sauna?
No, you mean where they put the wetsuits and stuff?
No, at Alton Towers.
Okay,
Or like,
It doesn't matter.
It's not a sponsored stream.
The
So-
book that got wet and stuff, did it retain its shape or is it just like...
It's just soaked now. That's
Okay, cool. So maybe rewriting in it can be like an act of...
penance.
Yeah.
all. Yeah, totally. Yeah,
When it
that's a good
dries-
idea.
Or
It's
maybe
twice as
stealing
thick.
a holy book from someone else.
That would be a more accurate penance
There's
for
one
Ronaldo.
right there.
Steal,
No, I'll bring out.
No, he will steal a
Let's
Ronaldo
try and
one
get
and
everyone
leave
off.
your
Yeah.
one in place.
I'm going to try and see if you can see it.
Do yourself a cool
God.
test.
I'm just going to see if I can see you doing your magic.
Okay.
You're channeling.
Got to-
4 successes.
You don't take a corruption point.
Fair enough.
It's good to know.
Dancing with Jennifer.
You're on the other side. Now, so as we progress on from this point, I'm going to let one of you can choose who rolls this one, roll a d10. And the benefit of choosing who rolls is it can be modified by 1 if you spend a luck point, well, a fortune point, if you wish to do
I
so.
have
So
no fortune
whoever
points
has
left.
fortune left, it
I've
might
not
be a
spent
wise
any
idea.
yet.
I've not
I've
spent
got
any.
I can
7
go.
left.
You've got 7
What?
left, holy shit.
Shelf, you can put it.
Okay, so a d10 roll, and we're going to use this to determine just how
Sorry,
lucky
human.
you are on the other side. Now, if you roll a 1,
shit.
you have landed in the shit.
Oh.
It is bad with a capital B-A-D. If you roll a 10, you have landed in potentially one of the best places you can once you progress. Hey, if you roll a 10 and add +1,
Rolled a 5.
so that makes it a
Can
6.
I add Can I add more than one? You can spend them. So you can add.
Can I
He
add
could
one?
add one to make it a 7.
You can do that because you got Savior, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good use of the talent. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'll let that go. Spend yourself a fortune point.
Well done.
Yeah, like that.
So
Good
7.
call. So 7. Yeah, not too bad then. So, where does this lead us? Approximately half an hour is difficult to tell as you're making your way along. The road collapses completely on one side, and it opens out into a wide cavern. This is an obvious underground cavern, but it's got lighting down there on strings, and each light is green. And it goes down towards, at the far end, a mine where near 5,000, 6,000 slaves are working. All cast in light, Skaven with whips, cracking away at any who should dare to attempt stopping. Those slaves are of a mixture. We have Skaven, the largest population. Humans, second largest population. But there are also some greenskins down there. There's a few ogres down there. Several trolls who are working near the front line, being whipped like mad. One rat ogre that apparently is on the slave side rather than being something else for one reason or another. All chained up and working with a huge work maul, just bashing against the ceiling. In the time that you lights down, I presume by this point, because you can see the green ahead of you, you know you can put the lights down before you get there. By the time that you get there and look down and skirt along the edge, there'll be 2 cave collapses because they're not paying that much attention to safety, and several are already died down there in the time that you're watching because the rat ogre's just going for it, hell for it. And anyone who happens to be underneath a large shard of rock will just get squashed. There are some Skaven off to one side. They are all dressed poorly by your standards, and they're more swarming around looking, and they're passing between them tokens. It looks like they're betting on what's going on down there. It's not just a mine.
Yes.
It's not just a mine. This is entertainment. So clearly, potentially, it could just be entertainment and nothing else. The entirety of the mine that they're making is pointless. They're just doing it for fun. As they're swarming around it, there's calls getting spread out between them. There's maybe 400 or 500 of the Skaven down there. But they're relatively poor in terms of Skaven. None of them are covered in armor or anything bright. They're all very much lower class Skaven who are doing
Well, I gather anybody of any importance is probably. in the war
it's
outfit.
immediately your concern, because if they're down there, then there must be people of importance here because they're slaves.
Yeah.
And you quickly come to the conclusion where they are. Underneath you.
Right.
You've made your way across the top, and they're probably watching from galleries underneath.
Mhm.
Interestingly, over at the far side, though, is a potential prize. Humans. Fangs. Down there. There I'm sitting at tables in what could be best described as an underground Skaven inn. They're all gathered around, some of them with other Skaven, although most Skaven want nothing to do with them. But there's always one or two who like to mix in with the humans, generally to lord it over them, because they like to feel bigger and better than somebody else. So it's quite common to find one or two of them going over there just so they can go, ha ha, I'm more important than you, and generally lord it over them, possibly slap them around a little bit to show how important they are, and then leave. Often the scrawniest ones will give that a go. But you are aware that some of the Fang don't put up with it. They don't often survive if they don't put up with it, though. It's a gamble.
It's a very fine ecosystem.
It very much is.
rat.
But they're down there, and you recognise what they're drinking even from here. It's coming from, there's no bartender, it's just a big black barrel. And it's filled with a black wheaty beer. It tastes disgusting. Absolutely awful. You've grown quite used to it.
Any port in a storm.
Yeah, quite. And they're down there, and you would guess that they have been summoned to see this, because they're sort of watching, talking amongst themselves. And that's what you see in front of you down there. A weird scene. Every time there's a collapse, there's a screeching and a hissing from the Skaven who are all gathered round, and they're passing things between themselves.
Are there enough fangs to like cover us all in terms
There's
of
like about 30 of them
Oh,
down there.
okay.
Yeah. But you are up really high. There's a
Yeah,
drop
it's
down there
high.
of almost 50 paces.
How we
Question for
separate
you.
them
Yes.
from the pack.
When Elric dried us all off, would that have also dried out the bag of flour?
It will turn it into a chock-a-block. Yeah, it's not going to dry out as pure flour anymore. It's going to be a bit ruined as flour, yeah.
You've got a flour brick now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do have a flour brick.
Which you could lob.
Well, that's
Smash
the plan,
it,
Still
right?
set it
Yeah.
on fire.
Yeah,
right?
we just
Yeah.
break it up, throw it in as powder, and then...
Boom.
I don't think it'll be that powdery. I think you would essentially need to re-grind it on a gristone or something.
Yeah. It would need that.
Okay.
So, we're at the top.
Useless
It's
bag of
all
flour.
broken at this side and eventually goes to almost a shard on the other side. You could possibly make it over to the other end of the tunnel, but there's going to be a lot of balancing up against the back of the wall, which means taking your packs off, trying to hold on to them as you're going back along the wall. It's going to be a risky
Or if
business.
one person gets along with a rope, then
For example,
the pass
yes.
along with a rope.
We
Yeah.
have like pitons and stuff. Maybe
Yeah,
we
we
could
do.
set up.
Mm-hmm. So it's up to yourself. Are you intending to be, now imagine if we can, all those lovely individuals down there looking up and going, hey, those guys moving across the ceiling up there. Is that our plan, or are we doing
How-
something else?
The bar
how
looks
brightly
over
lit.
where the caves are being.
Oh yes, absolutely. And it's down, it's closer in terms of height. I mean, you've got your main area at the bottom, which is where they're mining. You've got the Skaven up at this side. You've got the Fang over on this side. You've got presumably higher ranking ones directly underneath you.
'Cause I
But
think-
that's a guess.
I think that's the problem. Is I don't see a way that we can get to those fangs without the people in the gallery seeing us.
Also, without the fang, what are we going to do? Like rock up? Hi, fangs! Give us your fangs!
Greetings, fellow fangs.
Greetings, fellow fangs.
There's already
Hello,
distraction
Skaven.
beneath us, so
Yeah.
the idea of like sneaking above them isn't
Yeah.
too bad.
Plus, we're probably not brightly lit where we are here.
Well, okay,
You
we
are
are
not
lights
lit at all.
Yeah.
Um,
So they're unlikely to see us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could scamper across, take my light at the other side to give you light to come across to, take a rope over, attach it with some pitons and things, and
So yeah, you reckon you could get over.
the slave probably could. Terence, maybe he's agile, used to scampering
What?
around.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Ghostbuster. So,
Give it up. It's hardwired.
you reckon you could get down there and be unseen?
I mean, yeah.
You reckon you could?
I mean, get down there.
Yeah.
My climbing skill is
If you've got yourself a decent rope, it's not too bad.
I mean,
You reckon you could get down there? But if you got down there, you don't reckon you'd be spotted. You've done this sort of thing before with humans. Yeah,
I have a harness, like lower me down.
yeah.
Mission
And
Impossible.
if you're lowered down to the right area, you are confident in a way that, say, for example, Leopold was confident with the water. You are confident that you could scamper through there, nab whatever fangs they have, and run.
Is that all we need? Just the fang?
Yeah, they don't need anything else other than the fangs.
And then we just take off our armor and stuff, put the
Yeah.
fangs
Put it
on,
in
look
our
like
bags and
normal
stuff.
humans. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
No, I'm not saying that you're confident you want to do it.
And we've got
Sure.
some very strong people that can lower you down as well.
What about if I
Including
go
ours.
over and scout out the other side to see if that's even going to work?
So go along the edge.
Well,
Yes.
and
Because
also,
that would potentially be good if we can get the fangs.
Get
and
athletics
go
test,
across.
please.
Keep an eye
Yeah.
out
They're still
for
unseen.
their
Re-roll the athletics test, please. The elf. Falls down. Hi, Skeevan. Crunch.
I'm a
Role-playing too
human.
hard as a human.
keep an eye out
That's
for
better.
their priests because they might sense something if they have any.
6
Yes.
successes.
Well, if there's any grace seers,
Yeah.
Although
If there's a grace here, you're screwed.
Yeah, exactly.
they're not behaving in a way that suggests there's anybody.
Then we'd all be-
Yes,
Yeah.
there would be a lot more kowtowing and a lot less.
As
gambling.
do you pass?
Yeah, I did. The
Successes?
6 successes.
Nice.
Successes.
Okay, as
99.
she tiptoes her way across the edge, reaches the other side, and you get an opportunity to hike it off down that corridor into what appears to be blackness to you, the echoing chamber that lies beyond. And on this side, there are wooden slats up all over the place. There's clearly a defensive point up ahead too, but it's not manned. We are moving into Skaven territory. It looks like the Skaven have repurposed chunks of this, and there's also 3 burrows that come off of this down into side passages. So possibly some of these go down into there. Maybe they use this road to get down into this area. Who can be certain? But this side, unlike the other, the one you're currently on, is in use. But there's nothing in it just now.
Can I sort of whisper shout across? Is the gap too big to whisper shout or not? No, like how big is the gap before I decide to whisper
It's
shout?
around about 8, 9, 10 paces.
You don't have language battle, do you?
Nope.
Can you mime?
Can you just
I mean,
give
surely
us...
just
She comes up.
3
So
syllables.
human. Good job.
Good. So, what's our plan? Are we just going to try and negotiate past this? Or are we going to try and use this as an opportunity to fang ourselves up?
If Yume is
If
confident...
Boomy is up for... it's your name now,
Yeah,
I'm
bring a-
sorry.
bring a flashbang just in
If Boomy
case.
is up for this...
I was
Yeah.
never here.
if things go really wrong. Flashbang, we pull you out there.
Disappeared. Puff of smoke.
I was going to say we should have up our sleeves some way of I don't know, helping some of the caverns fall in, because that'll distract them.
I suppose what we also would all want to be is on the other side of the gap.
Getting over there first might be a good idea.
Yeah.
So, what's our plan to get to the other side then?
And
Can
we have
they
a road
lower
now.
me
Would I
from
be
that
right?
side?
Would I be right in saying it'll be easier to traverse that if we've already taken our armor and everything off and stowed it?
Damn
somewhere
freaking
else?
straight it would
And then
be.
we
Yes.
have to do it. Yes, so we'll start
And
stripping it
it's far enough
think.
that tossing a bag might fail.
down. Yeah.
Okay, but it's
passing
close
on a rope.
enough that you could toss a bag if you wish to do so.
Passing it a rope. would be the
But
preferred.
tossing a rope might be wiser first, because then you can pass them
Well,
over.
I took a
I
rope.
don't
Rope
know.
to
the
go
side.
over.
I took a rope.
Oh, and you
over
left
with
the
me.
rope the other side?
Yeah.
Oh, marvellous. I
Because
missed that.
that was the
Apologies.
point. I was
Yeah,
going to
good.
do that. And, yeah.
I'd like to go across next so I can check her knots.
I
Very
haven't
good.
tied it yet. I'm holding
Yeah.
it. Like, I don't tie knots.
Okay, so leave your stuff behind. Get your armor
I'll
off.
deal with that.
Indeed. And he will indeed deal with the armor very carefully, putting it down carefully. There's a lot of noise coming from down there. And the stench is pretty awful too. So that covers pretty much all of it, but you know Skaven hear.
They do.
But only when they're listening.
Yeah.
And currently they're listening on something that's really quite, as the Skaven go wild down there, chitter laughing. As
Because
another one
that's
gets
when you
squashed.
speed up the taking
Yeah.
over the armor. And then-
Athletics test, please. It is with advantage because you have rope.
Down goes Birdie.
Yeah, I failed.
Can I
this.
spend a fortune point on Birdie's
You have got Saviour.
You can reroll that.
Can I assist her, or is that just the advantage?
That's
5
what it is.
successes.
You're over.
Alright.
Halfway across.
Don't ask me to explain the metaphysics of this, but
Halfway across.
Sigmar just lifted
She
her.
almost goes and then grasps the rope, pulls herself, and your heart went out your chest for a moment.
does he see anything with that?
Nope.
No. Interesting.
Over to the other side. You're on the other side. Anyone else wanting to go?
I'm gonna do knotting now
Wrap
to knot
round.
the rope.
Do yourself a sail test, actually, we'll do for that.
I'll go next.
Rope work.
Oh, yeah, rope work adds to the sail test. That's because you've got talent.
Alright.
Oh, you don't even need to roll if you've got rope work.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Pass.
So is that you over next?
Whatever goes wrong.
Over
this-
towards the
this
other
knot
side.
will not do.
Who's next?
Do we want to
you can
take?
have the other harness if
Do
you
we
want.
want to take?
I would, yes.
I think Sakinski wants
I
to
was
go
gonna
when it's
say-
about equal weights on
I
either
was about
side
to
because
say-
he's the biggest.
Do we want to take extra precautions for seconds?
Yeah, totally.
Like tie another rope on.
He's
Well, I'm here as well. I think.
Yeah.
yeah. When you're on one side and you're not on the other side yet.
Not yet, no.
Ooh.
Shall I go next then?
It would be good if someone went before and he would be like, I'd rather either Elric or you were on the other side before I tried.
No, Elric.
I'm already on the other side.
And Leopold's on this
then
side.
he's fine to go. He'd rather you
Do
were
you
on
want me to
the
roll
opposite
him?
side because you're a big lad.
Do you want
Yeah, I
me
mean,
to
he knows
roll?
I'm not very strong, right?
No, it's okay. I'll roll for him.
You're big.
He's
Oh,
got
just
it.
let him.
As he goes along and sweat is dripping down his brew.
He's not having
as-
a good day, is he?
This is not his.
He came here voluntarily.
I'm not saying that he's not here voluntarily,
Perhaps regretting it.
It's
but he
still
is on the other
it's
side.
Still better than being at home with his dad.
As
He
he
would have
reaches
been
the
in
other
the
side.
court with Katarina, surely.
Oh. Over the other side, who's next?
Well, I'll go next, I guess.
Yep, cool. Emmanuel will go after you.
Perfect. We've got advantage.
Yes.
Oh,
Emmanuel
good.
passes if you
Best I
pass.
could possibly roll.
Excellent. Emmanuel's on the other side too. Who's next?
Should we
This-
maybe
the
start sending the
Terence.
packages across?
Terence needs to go.
Yeah,
Terence.
packages attached to because
Yeah,
you can all
Terence
you
will
need to do
probably
is
wanna come.
tip it up high and then
Yeah.
you can just slide it down
Slide
on
it.
its straps.
Yeah.
So feed in one of the bags on one side and then let it just slide down. Down below, there is an opportunity, a potential that someone may spot that there are bags in the pricked out green extremities of the high cavern sliding down one at a time. It's not very high. I'll roll it out so you can all see. It's only if the equivalent of a fumble happens. And it's only a 99 and 0, 1 in 50 chance. That's about right.
Why did you have to say 1 in 50? It sounded way less
Yeah.
likely
Yeah.
when you just said 99.
It's 86, we're fine.
I thought it was an 88 from me.
I would have
Everything
loved an
blows out.
88. I would have
Disappear
loved
into the
something
ether.
much worse.
Your bags explode.
As
The great fear
the
floats up.
bags slide down, there is an opportunity for something falling out of the bags. You know, one of those plates that someone has removed.
The brick of flour.
Clack, the brick of flour.
It's an illusion.
Jar of force bits.
The jar of horse bits.
Nobody would notice that.
Let's see if it happens first. Now, I'm going to do this as 3 rolls. Okay, D100 rolls. I'm going to request first somebody to be effectively the packer.
I mean, I'm going to say I think it would be logical for Blind Boy not to be.
I think
I
that's
think it would
fair.
have been logical for Birdie to be the packer because she ties the best ropes.
Yeah, that sounds
and we
good.
all know that.
In fact, you've got rope work, so I'll let that one go as a good success. Because you've got the necessary skills to tie it all up, make sure it's secure, tighten it up on your side. Thank goodness you went through that career. Bargy has paid off for you. So it's unlikely, and I'll let you roll it. It's only if you roll a 99 or a 00.
You just sound like him, and you know how that works. 58.
That's sweet.
Clearly
They
only I
slide
have
down.
the power.
There is a moment where one of the straps slips, and it's not your fault. It's just the strap's a bit weak, but it just slides down regardless. Roll for the slave. The slave. I'm gonna die. I'm not dead. At the other side, this is not good, bad. As he cowers into the corner on the other side, who's left to go?
Geralt.
We can do you mind if Geralt goes last?
Nope.
Yeah, Geralt
because
will
he
be
can
happy to
hold it.
anchor.
Yeah.
And then we both have harnesses.
Yep.
So
Get the harness wrapped round, attached to the rope.
Clip on.
Don't you have climb?
Huh? No.
Okay, with
I
harness,
have 1 point to climb.
it makes the test easy.
Wow. Leopold's better at climbing than you.
Okay,
Wow.
so do your athletics
face.
test.
3 points.
Athletics test, please, and it's easy, which means you can flip the result. So if you roll 24 and that's a fail, you can turn it to 42, which would be a bigger fail.
I quit.
Ooh.
Hey!
Well, now I feel more.
On the other side, you're feeling perhaps over-prepared. How about yourself?
What is
You do
this?
back
Athletics.
Athletics.
Slip and fails, and you've got
And you got
advantage.
advantage.
and you're attached.
That looks like it's okay.
2
Sweet.
successes.
Over to the other side, and finally, I'm holding on to the rope and taking it with him. He's doing the same as what you did. He'll wrap it around himself, so if he falls, it'll be swing.
We'll be.
Yeah, totally.
I'll
Taking it
I'll
as you
be
go.
asking him like. He doesn't want
Would it be
Um,
the worst thing?
It's about as close to a fail as you could get, which turns into the best success you could have. Holy crap, I thought
Tell
he
you what I
failed.
did as well.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit, he's going. Oh, he's not. As he makes his way across, takes a moment to pause as he looks down and sees just the array of Skaven before him. The gibbering mass of betters, the fangs over there, and then moves over to their side. Again, looking pretty... My God. What's it going to be like when we get into the place itself? We can't, can we?
We're trying not to.
But
Quite the opposite is potentially the case, given that you intend to use fangs to be able to get through whatever is ahead.
if we need to,
Yeah.
But also isn't the idea that they're largely shunned and ignored?
Yes,
so-
it is. So that then leads to, are you going to try and go down by
should you
harness,
choose to
or are you
accept?
going to try and use one of the side passages that you can see ahead, which possibly arcs down there? Because they must be able to get down there somehow.
Birdie's got acute sense smell, right?
Yes.
So you might be able to smell which one's
I'll
right.
let that one go. Perception test,
'Cause,
please.
you know, bedroom.
yeah.
Not
4
bedroom.
successes.
That's a tunnel there for the fangs. You can smell the fang smell.
That one.
It's the second one along. The other one goes directly down to Skaven. And the first one, a mixture of everything. So you immediately make the assumption, slaves, fangs, Skaven. It might be wrong, but it seems...
My nose is pretty sharp.
Yeah, it
so-
seems right. So
It's like
second
a-
one.
like
And when she
status
shows
hierarchy,
us
basically.
Yes.
the fangs one, like have a sniff, does it smell noticeably different to
Not you, no.
No, not yet.
No.
Oh, it's really distinctive. It's why I can't fake the fangs. They're really...
Right. Okay. So I need 6, 7, 8, 9.
10 if you include the slave.
But I thought
10. Slave.
Oh, 10 fangs, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the fangs wouldn't have slaves,
Correct.
so we
Yeah.
would need one for him. So.
So you're going down.
And this one will go directly there. Won't get.
It will go towards the fangs and not
The
necessarily
fangs
the,
have...
the
This is the one
bar.
the fangs have been using.
Are you going down?
So it seems most likely.
Yeah, I mean,
Unstrapping the
if-
harness?
If you go part way down and it looks like that's not where it's leading, come back and we
Yeah.
can go down this way.
So
Okay.
what's her plan?
Take these 3 matches.
Thank you.
That's all I have left.
No, I've got a lot more.
Okay. Thank you.
Random.
You
What's
accidentally
her
brush up
plan?
against the cliff, just like
So, she will do her miracle to try and get down.
You
unseen.
You won't see me, right? How long does that last for?
And I haven't done this in so long.
Her book is destroyed, Andy. She can...
I've memorized that one.
I mean,
I think it's fellowship bonus
Not very long.
5. So perhaps, because I have like beneath notice and all that kind of stuff, I will try and sneak as far as I can make it.
So sneak all the way down, and then when you're getting close,
Yeah.
murmur your prayer to Ronald,
And
and then
just-
slip in. Okay, sounds perfect.
Cool.
Okay, so you make your way down.
But I will tell them
Mhm.
that if they see me or notice something, or like things are going wrong, because it doesn't matter if they're looking out for me, they won't see me unless it's gone wrong. Then lower a rope, and I will try and get out that way.
So,
Would it be worth also leaving one of your flashbangs with us so that we can make a distraction
Sure.
if need
you
be?
wish to do so? Sounds great to me.
And when I say us, I mean not me. Somebody who can throw things.
So you go down the corridor. It wends left, it goes right, it goes along for a bit, then goes down, hits some relatively loose stairs,
Yeah, but if it was for humans.
and then continues down further. You're gone for a good 60, 80, 90 heartbeats when you start to hear the louder kerfuffle of folks ahead of you. And they are speaking Reichspiel. And much as you expected, they are indeed placing bets. You can hear one of them saying, well, you know, it should be warp tokens, I suppose, we're using, but I'd much rather use silver. I don't really want to touch them. Another one just laughs. Time for you to do your prayer.
Time for me to do my prayer.
Don't fuck up.
Try not to
Right,
fuck up.
my pray. My pray is 77.
Oh, perfect if you rolled 77.
69.
Nice.
Nice.
You slip down to the bottom
so
and you
that's
start
8 successes.
murmuring a prayer.
I'm murmuring in their bottom.
69.
Renald could not be seen by the creatures of the forest, neither those that slithered, that crawled, or ran, as you pick up speed and run in. Knowing that you've got to do what you always do, have faith. The thing that you've always found tough, because you have to walk out in the middle of them. You can't hide. There is no sneaking. If you sneak, the prayer fails. Because that is the nature of the prayer.
Yeah.
You just have to boldly stride out in amongst them. And there is that gut-wrenching moment, which has gone wrong more than once in your past, where you are uncertain if it's going to work or if it's not. And as you get down there, and the stench of the beer that they're drinking hits you. Endurance test. No, you do not have advantage.
What's my...
No.
Exactly, 66.
Fantastic.
Correct. Okay, meaning you no longer need to do endurance tests for the smells or the horrors of everything you're about to confront in this
Good time.
time. As you and you turn around and something swirls in the blackness down there. As one of them reaches down and looks directly at you, but isn't looking at you, is looking at the person behind you. And this is the moment where you can't help but just go, I'm fucked. But you're not, as he just points over at the other one and says something in Queekish, a language you don't speak, as they start screeching each other and one on the other side laughs throatily and says, fucking right. As you walk between them and in the middle of a host of, interestingly, all men, every last one of them, strong male bias amongst gaming society. They prefer to hire men. All men, each and every one of them at least a foot taller than you. As you're this tiny person in the center of them all. It's your job to now try and pluck free their fangs without being spotted. Sleight of hand.
Steal their things.
Steal the thing.
Each success you score will steal one because you are effectively unseeable as it stands. If you fail, well, that's bad. Basically, it's an extended test. You've got to get a number of successes.
So, like one fang per SL,
Yes.
as opposed to
Per
per roll.
success,
Yeah,
yes.
cool.
Yes.
While she's doing that, obviously we're up above.
You see nothing.
We can't see her,
Nope.
but can we hear the kind of noise that's
Not
going
really.
on?
You're
It's
broadly
just part of the
unaware.
general hubbub.
Yeah, it was- it was
if
just
there's an immediate shout of "Oi!" You'll be aware of it.
Yeah.
As you're also peeking at the edge.
Before I start,
Yes.
I'm going to put my hair up under a cap. I'll pretend to be a man. And then the first one I get, I will put on myself. So if it all goes wrong, at
You're
least...
Very
genius.
nice.
Yeah.
Love it. Right, go.
Trixie. I like it.
Fumble.
Um,
Come on.
oh god, I don't have advantage or anything, right?
Nope.
Cool. Well, I
This
guess
is as
I'll roll
stressful
it.
as it
I
comes.
was gonna say they
Yeah.
don't see her.
That's why she
Yeah.
doesn't get. It's not opposed. There's no
Yeah.
pushback. It's just
Yes.
successes give you what you want. But
This
it's
is no
stressful
picnic
as
in
it
the park.
comes.
Super stressful. I will roll that.
Corruption. Corruption.
It was 83.
Corruption. You could re-roll this test. There's no need for Ronald to abandon you. You could re-roll right now. All it takes is a single corruption point. After all, is not the environment you're in corrupted? Does it not make sense that that's perhaps the horned rat that wants you to succeed this day? Corruption.
You could just pass it instead of the corruption point. Not a reroll, a pass. Just a full pass.
It's not how it works.
What happens if she fails?
What
did
happens
you
if
say?
I fail?
A corruption. Oh, if you fail, you're spotted.
I'm spotted.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I guess I will take the corruption.
Yes. Welcome to living life below ground.
I mean,
Before she takes the corruption,
yes,
can I use a savior form?
you cannot because it's that's a fortune point.
Yeah.
So it acts as a fortune point.
Plus, also, I can't see her.
Yeah, no, that's also fair.
But I
See
So
her anyway.
I thought I had
one
to
corruption
ask.
point. I trust that doesn't take you beyond your
No, I
corruption
raised
threshold.
my corruption.
I do like to hear that slightly. Go for it.
Oh,
26.
Is that a pass?
Yes.
26, 2 successes. That's your first 2 fangs secured. Popping
Voila.
one on yourself.
Yeah.
As the various folks are
8 minutes ago.
cheering away, and you sneak up behind one,
Also,
grab,
now if you get spotted, it's not as bad.
sneak up
Because
by
you're a
another,
fang now.
Yes.
grab, pluck it, pop that in. You only need however many more you can succeed on. You're rolling again. You can withdraw if you want. You've got 2.
You can do it.
No, I will keep going.
I have it. Here we go again.
Oh, it's so bad for my... I mean, technically went outside, but...
I always reroll if it leaves my dice tray,
Okay,
but
I will.
that's just me.
I mean, that's worse.
worse.
I did not
Okay, fortune point.
40 points.
Hey.
looks good.
Yeah, 4.
4 more.
Nice.
Pluck, pluck, pluck. They're obviously very excited by what they're watching. One of them literally scalds their black beer, and some of it slashes down. It hisses slightly where it touches the wood.
Oh my god.
What are you drinking?
Birdie's like, oh, should
Yeah, the corruption in that stuff is probably, you don't even want to know what's going on inside them.
Right, halfway.
4 more, you've got 6.
60%.
You only need
over.
3
over
more
half.
to give everyone, 4 more if you want to also give the slave.
Yes. Why not?
So, I don't know. If you roll, did it fall?
It's in your
It's
sleeve.
lost.
It's gone forever.
Yeah.
Ow.
I mean, you
Slide
don't have a
the fan.
shortage of dice here.
No, but... Alright, I guess we'll try again. How am I rolling so high? I guess I'll re-roll it. I hate this so much.
Oh, that's either really
66?
good.
See that?
Crit.
Yay! Pluck, 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 pluck.
You're so brave.
Ah, it's in my sleeve.
It's in your sleeve.
You're so brave.
Dash, 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 dash. You come back with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14 of them.
I was going to say, if you took all of their fangs, are they then going to be in trouble with this game?
It's a crit. I quite like you've taken them all. Yeah, they're almost certainly to be
They're gonna be
mistaken for slaves.
Just
Yeah.
means less likely to be spotted by actual fangs if there's fewer,
Not a
right?
single one of them down there has got a fang. As you come back up with a collection of what looks just like teeth. Okay, big teeth. And they have the distinctive aroma of the yellow fang.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can smell
But they
it.
just don't smell to us.
They don't smell anything at all.
Oh.
They, well, beyond,
Fresh.
you know,
The general
yuck
everything.
smell, but yeah, they don't smell that bit. It's
You know, it's
distinctive.
just like...
Well, now truly favourite you.
Yes,
Good
thank you.
work.
And they do indeed have very simple iron clips at the back, which you can just push through and clip into place onto your
And
clothing.
She'll also mention to, it looks like it was all men, so let's,
Hoods
try
up.
and
Look
disguise
mannish.
ourselves.
Butch up.
We'll style it.
You know that many Skaven don't know the difference.
The moment.
And the Skaven
the
Skaven
other
won't
yellow
care,
fangs
but the
Yeah.
recruiters might, and the yellow fang might.
Mhm.
But if they're not people who generally deal with humans much, they won't care one way or the other.
Yeah.
One human's as good as the next, and neither of them
We're
are worth
pretty
paying
tall.
attention to.
Like, well, we
Yeah.
are. If we put
Except,
our
except for this one, the child.
Smear some like muck there that looks like it might be 5
Well,
o'clock shadow.
we've just been through that big muddy
Yeah.
thing. We actually already have it. And we stink. So we really blend in.
So, we have our disguise as we head down into the depths of what? Is that your disguise?
Disguise.
Your big smirk, yeah. Of what could be eventually fire spite itself.
No, skirt the edge. Skirt the edge.
So,
The suburbs.
where do we end up as this road moves down? There are a couple of side tunnels that go off at various times,
Which are all
and all of them stench of Skaven. Enough that you don't necessarily want to go down them, and your path goes straight ahead. You didn't expect your path to break out into a main cavern, though. And I do mean a main cavern. As you burst through, and on the other side is a great broken gate. A long bridge of stone with broken pillars all the way along its length. Many of them are patched up with bits of wood, and wood also flies upwards, sometimes hung with bits of rope towards higher areas that Skaven clearly skitter up towards. Cross over on the other side, in an enormous statue of a dwarf. Eyes poked out and Skaven with guns looking out. You fortunately are wearing something that hopefully means they won't fire at you.
Can we get like a...
Let me finish. There's a lot more to come. The floor itself, the stone is clogged with, particularly along the edges, rats. And they are furrowing backwards and forwards. You know, most of these are just local rats. Some of them will be messengers. Some of them will be spies. It's very difficult to tell which ones have been picked up for one duty or another or trained, because many of them will be trained. And the rats range in size from about this up to almost the length of Leopold. Some of them are big, really big. And the scale is difficult to perceive as we burst through the roll to begin with, because the bridge is relatively distant. And they look like, they're huge. It's just a really big bridge that goes over towards this big open mob where the broken gates are. And in the broken gates, you can see the bathing light of red. Not the green you expected, but red. As is the glow from beneath the bridge. And heat rising up from it. The blood of the earth is down there. And the heat of the earth can be felt. The actuary in here is so intense you can barely see anything else.
We've experienced this before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's heavy. Really heavy. Fortunately, in terms of guards, they have relatively few, which you know is really unlikely. Now, I don't just mean, unlikely, there'll be some hiding. This is just not how Skaven strongholds are. They don't have one or two. They always put on a show of strength. There would just be hundreds of them sitting over there guarding, doing whatever patrol duty they have to do, bickering, stabbing each other, doing whatever it is that Skaven do. But no, they're not doing that over there. The place looks, other than the rats, free to enter. Up in the dwarf's eye, a couple of snipers, and that's it.
That's weird.
It would be. If it wasn't for the sounds, obviously, of industry that one can hear from inside there, very clear to you, the low, throaty grumble of the earth below. It's far below where the heat is coming from. Far, far, far below. But it's warm enough up here that it's enough to bring a slight prick of sweat, and you can hear that rumbling through underneath. But what Leopold can hear beyond anything else is perception test. I will give Aluminium a word on this one as well, because she might catch something too.
Reroll on that.
Is it sight?
It is not.
I'll be using my divination reroll on that. Fumble.
2 successes, nice.
I rolled 99 and then 0-0. Just
Wow.
Wow.
And I've ended up with 0-3, but that's still 3 successes.
That's nice.
Yeah.
You can hear in the distance bellowed dwarf.
Oh.
and it's far, and it's echoing through from the
like-
open gate.
Fighty.
Possibly.
Seems
You can
like-
hear
Or yelly.
the echoes of
Yeah.
something coming through. Where on your side, you hear a familiar sound of blade on blade, blade on blade, blade on blade.
Still a bit shady.
And there is clearly some sort of fighting going on within, clearly, to your senses. Possibly explaining why there are so few on this side. All defenses have been pulled out. This is possibly to your advantage.
Mhm.
It's a big open space.
So what I was going to ask is, before we have arrived at this big open space, can we get a rough etiquette guide from Bertie in terms of how do these yellow fangs behave? If Skaven come close to us, how do we
Yeah.
behave?
Arseholes is their best word.
Yeah, they behave like arseholes.
There's one thing that you need to say.
Yeah.
Whatever the Skaven say, you do.
Yeah.
That's it.
Do
And
they
if they-
all understand Quickage?
No.
No.
Most
Okay.
don't.
So that's fine that we don't.
In fact, you've got one who does two, in fact, because you've also got your slave.
Translators.
Yeah.
Because they can translate and we just
Yeah.
do what they say.
Yeah.
So we act all like arrogant and confident until the Skaven tells us to
And
do
then we
something,
say,
and then we
yeah,
do
whatever.
something the Skaven says.
It's very Skaven. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So are we just going to march off into...
Where?
Where are we going?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
But-
following.
We're going
Where
into
you going?
fire spites.
Straight through here.
Yeah.
This is where
that
you go.
over the bridge.
Yep.
Yeah.
This
In-
is
into the
where it
stronghold,
goes.
At the other side of which
I don't want
they're
to go
fighting
over
against the door.
Nah.
We don't
Yep.
know where else to go.
No,
so,
this is the way.
yeah.
We're gonna stay here. We're just gonna stay here.
Nope, this is the
That's
way.
it.
You can
Straight
stay here on
down
your own.
forever.
We're yellow fangs
staying
now.
Fuck the Empire.
Raw Skaven. We shall ascend.
Yep. We're just.
Are the Jaegers heading in?
Yeah.
And the Jaegers head into the fallen hold.